It's over. The experiment is done. The YouTube video comes out later on today, as you can tell. And now we have finished. So we can just play for fun now. For fun. Imagine that. Imagine. I'm free. Now I can just spam Shadow Bolt in any dungeon that we go to. I don't need to worry about any kind of team composition anymore. Or specific design. Or set. I yearn for the mines. That's what it truly is. I require a return. For those of you who are unsure what I am currently talking about, I have a main channel video coming out later on tonight. I've linked it in the Twitch chat just now. And it is a video chronicling the 100 days of Twitch streaming. 500 hours have been streamed over the last 102 days. You saw the vid about the streaming incident. Would you like to talk about it, Ruben? How am I doing? I'm content. I've done what I needed to do. Isn't JoshStrifeSays the main channel? No, that's uploaded by a guy called Visa, and he simply clips the streams from Twitch. That's like 5,000 hours. That is correct. That it was all an experiment. I wanted to understand the streaming world better. I can understand YouTube. I can do YouTube, but I don't fully understand Twitch. So I decided that I would spend 100 days for a total of 500 hours for an average of 6.5 to 7 hours a day with 1 or 2 days a week off, live streaming to gather the data, to see what it looked like, see what it happened. And it's fun, but it's not a full-time thing for me. Starting from today, no, finished today. The 100 days finished a month ago. I've been editing for the last month. But I did enjoy playing Warcraft. When did I start? January the 6th. I started streaming on February the 2nd. It was a New Year's resolution. The idea behind the New Year's resolution was to stream for 100 days and see what the graphics looked like, how it changed me as a person, the psychological effects, the mental effects, the physical effects, the financial effects, the cultural effects, the ideological effects, just to see where it all went to. And I've learned interesting things. I've changed who I am, how I act, what I do. Yeah, lots of stuff. Was it worth it? It was worth it for the gain of the knowledge. It wasn't worth it for the way that I treated some people during it. It wasn't worth it for the money. But it was worth it for being able to say that I've done it. So it's going to be releasing in... It's premiering in 4 hours. I'm very excited. It's an hour and a half long, and it's a very honest, very brutal interrogation of what the last 100 days was like. So yeah, that's what happened. But for now, I'm going to play Warlock. And one of the interesting things about returning to the World of Warcraft guild after being away for so long is, if you have a look at where I currently am, here, there is no one around me that is actually able to do dungeons with me right now. You would have been great on the Scuffed podcast. I would have been great on any podcast. It's true. I would have been an absolute treat to listen to. You could put me on any podcast, it would immediately improve it. Just saying. Now, that's the level of arrogance that you get from this stream. That's actually sad. Dungeons are my thing. Dungeons were my thing, but it's not bad to occasionally change who you are, what you do, all that jazz. Maybe we do need to open the old quest log, get rid of some stuff, and just go and do some world quests, that kind of thing. So let's just see what's going on with this. Let's get rid of all these quests that we no longer need. If it is, I mean, I think that's been done. I can hand that in, I think. Yeah, tick means done, doesn't it? No, tick doesn't mean done. Complete means complete. What I should do is click abandon quest if I've not got it. Razorfang crawl I can probably do afterwards. You know what? It doesn't matter. I'm not going to stress too much about any of these things. Tick is tracked. Ah, thank you. Have we had the storm? We had the storm by us a day or two ago. We haven't had it recently. But it is still... The air is still very dense. Everything is still very much going to... It still feels very electric, if that makes sense. Good morning, Josh. Didn't know you played WoW. Thanks, Red. Let's get rid of all these old quests that I either don't need to do anymore. They're both completed, so that's fine. Uldaman I can get back in the future. I might just start grinding for a bit. Sorry you missed the beginning of the explanation. Am I still going to stream once a week? I'm going to try and stream Saturdays and Sundays. That's my attempt. Saturdays and Sundays is what I'm kind of going for as a vibe. You know what I do need is... I'm sure I downloaded... And now there's a fly in the room. God, why? Why do you taunt me, God? I am your silliest soldier. Stop giving me your most whimsical of battles. Right. Why is that on? Get rid of that light. There we go. See, now we've just got the good light of the basic stuff. Okay, right. I am sure that I have downloaded... Yeah, I have. I've downloaded a thing that shows you where the level ranges are. What level am I? Hang on. I'm level 39, which is honorarily 40. So, level 39, where should I be? The Badlands. That's not where I currently am. I'm currently in the wetlands. These lands are too wet. I need to go to where the lands are bad. Yeah, or the Arathi Highlands, that could be worse. Or the Hinterlands. Maybe we go for one of those ones. Yeah, I think the problem right now is that I'm trying to be wet when I need to be bad. And, I mean, to be fair, there's like a load of quests down here to hand in and stuff, so we could just go to wherever that is. Dunmoreau, that seems to be... Oh no, that's the donation of silk one, we don't want that. Let's just go back to Ironforge and hand some quests in. Are ghosts bad or wet? That depends on the ghost entirely.
What can I do for you?
Ghosts can start off as bad, and if you play your cards right, they end up becoming wet. Right, fly me to Ironforge, please. Some ghosts can be both, yes. Ideally, they would be both. That's when you know you've... That's when you say they've got the spirit. The comedy there comes from spirit and ghost. You have to have a very high IQ to understand this stream. Was that the plot of the Scream movies? Scream didn't have a plot. Scream, they didn't even write a script. They just gave a guy a knife and said, go. The real hero of that film was the cameraman. Yeah, the Rick and Morty of streamers. Season 1 to 3 was good, and then it went downhill. Anyway, how have you been? I've been good. I've been away from the internet, which I'm going to be honest, is lovely. It's really nice. You know what? It turns out when you get offline and you just go and talk to people in the real world, none of the online shit matters. Like, no one in the real world cares if Baby Gronk rizzed up Livy. In fact, if you say that, people actively hate you. I love this fact. Soon as you step away from the online culture war, no one cares outside of it. But did he? Don't know. Don't care. Right, I'm sure I have some quests to hand in over here, don't I? There we go, the old explorers. You don't understand what those words meant. There are words that I have said in my life that if I were to say to a small Victorian child would kill them. Because they are simply that esoteric. You have no idea what those words mean. Good. Don't learn them. It's what we call an info hazard. You don't need to know them. Yeah, what goes on the internet generally stays on the internet. The internet's just a series of tubes. Right, choose my reward. Increases damage and healing done by magical spells. Oh, that's what I've already got. So, I'm just going to take your amazing thing and then sell it. So, like, thanks for that, but I am just selling your stuff. Okay. Now I need to go to an area that is roughly level 40. Some great old references in stream so far today. 6.5 out of 10. Nord, that's all I ever want to be. That is, I think, the highest possible praise I could ever achieve. Let's go this way. Right, question for all of you, because you're all smart people. I have been yawning so much. Oh my god. That wasn't the question. That was just a fact. Where do I go in order to do quests and stuff? Like, where do you go? Oh, don't say Stranglethorn Vale. I will cry. I am level 40 something. Level 4? Yeah, level 40. Okay, cool. We're not going to Stranglethorn Vale. That's not happening. The Arathi Highlands could be good. Yeah, you know what? Let's just go to the Arathi Highlands. Nothing bad ever happened there. Where is the Arathi Highlands? Is it Refuge Point? Let me just double check. Okay, so the Arathi Highlands is 30 to 40. We've actually passed those. The Hinterlands is 40 to 50. That is Grum Thunderfist. We could do that. But I suppose we could go to the... There's a fly in this room. It's taunting me. I suppose we could go to this person just here. Cedric Prose. Right, let's fly there. I need a ride. Fly me to... Let's just go to the Refuge Point. That'll work. Don't let the fly beat you. It won't. This is my Warlock build. The Warlock rotation is quite complicated. During combat, you want to cast Shadow Bolt. Any questions? I just think that sometimes it's nice to not have to think. And sometimes you got to dumb these rotations down for, like, YouTuber levels of understanding. What if multiple enemies? Ah, antivirus. I see you've taken the advanced course. What I need you to understand about multiple enemies is that multiple just means multi pulls. And if you instead treat every pull like its own individual enemy, you will realize that groups of enemies are actually just individual enemies in the same spot. And by focusing not on the group as a collective or as a concept, but as an individual that is part of a group, you shadow bolt the individual. And then when that individual is dead, you reassess and you ask, are there more individuals? Don't ask, what about groups? Say, how many individuals make up this group? Then, simply cast Shadow Bolt on all of them. Thank you. I will now take questions. Tobo, the very first thing you've ever said in this stream is, this is genius. I'm glad that you're approaching this with the correct energy. Because you know what? Quite frankly, yes, it is. I'm actually amazed that nobody has worked this out before me. And Nargul says, I think Josh may be high. No, I've just been avoiding the internet for a few days. This is what I'm normally like. I've actually never done the drug. I've never smoked. Obviously, I've had some alcohol occasionally, but I've never done the devil's lettuce, as they would say, the green, the Mary Jane Anna. None have done it. I'm a good little boy. All right? I follow all the rules. Yes, I am excited too. Apparently, when you get to level 70 with a Warlock, you learn the Seed of Destruction spell, which is like angry Shadow Bolt that hits everything. I'm excited about that. What's the most amount of drinks I've ever had? Oh, God, AMS. All right, cool, right. I'll tell you this story, all right? One day it got hammered. It was crazy, all right? I had a pint, okay? And that's the story. I'm a very cheap date. People don't understand that about me. People are like, oh, I bet you're just, crazy with what you can, do and put out and last. I bet you were like classic Englishman. No. All right. If you show me a WKD, I will start dancing on tables. That's what'll happen immediately. Like, you don't even need to have me drink it. Just if you show me an Alcopop, like something that's bright blue, full of sugar with the tiniest amount of vodka in it, I will recreate the entirety of Coyote Ugly in, honestly, any bar. This is important Josh lore. What flavor is WKD Blue? I think it's Bad Decision flavor, because that's what I've made after having it before. It's blue flavor. Yeah, it's like Tizer tastes like red. A single pint and you're wasted. Yes, AMS. Sometimes not even that much. You have to understand that there's a pint is quite a lot. That's like one whole pint. Right, what am I killing now? I'm killing these things, level 36. I'll probably still get some experience for them. AMS, ouch indeed, all right? Ouch indeed. I can tell you all my incredible stories. Hello, Rosalia. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? We're talking in a nice, calm, relaxed, chilled manner. I'm just a man of whimsy. All right? I'm just a little guy. You guys all forget this about me. I'll tell you one actual alcoholic story, though. It's not even an alcoholic story. It's why I didn't drink alcohol. I went to uni pretty much without drinking. And the reason for this was when I was at uni, I was taking working out really seriously. And because I was taking working out really seriously, I was using creatine. Now, creatine, completely safe, totally fine thing to use. The thing is, while using creatine, on the back of the creatine box, it says, consult your doctor before using creatine. And nobody does, because that's, that's lame. I did. I actually went to the doctor and I said, excuse me, Mr. Doctor, I'm thinking of using creatine, and the back of the packet has said that I should consult you before I do. What is your input on this? And they were a little bit confused because nobody ever consults them on anything. So they went, well, it's going to put a bit of a strain on your liver, it's going to put a bit of a strain on your kidneys, it's nothing too bad, it's a very well-researched chemical, it's very safe when used in correct quantities. Just, if you're going to give yourself the best advantage in life, I would say drink less alcohol and don't drink fizzy drinks while you're doing it. And I thought, you know what, that's a very fair, balanced, honest, genuine, healthy outlook on life. Just drink less and don't drink as many fizzy, sugary, sweet drinks. That's what the doctor said. What I heard, however, was don't drink anything alcoholic or sugary or fizzy or you will die. And so, for the first 2 years of a 3-year performing arts course, I drank no alcohol and nothing fizzy the entire time. I was a man of milkshakes and water. I forgot what it's like to not have a priest giving you constant manner. It's... Hang on, I can just punch myself in the face. Let me just slap myself in the face several... Oh my god, that does loads of damage to me. Can I kill myself? Can you kill... Okay, you can't life tap yourself to death. However, god damn, that just... I forgot how weak warlocks are on their own. Why... As a streamer, why am I out here on my own? Who thought this was a good idea? Hey man, do you play Classic off stream in your own time too? No, in my own time I try and be as far away from the internet as possible. Lady Fryer says... Oh, this is the hang on, you've sent that message several times now, haven't you? You have so far sent... Okay, cool. You have sent lots of messages recently. The two last messages you sent were, what are your thoughts on smoking crack? Before that you said, why no mount? And before that you said, if only cast Shadow Bolt, why do you have Rain of Fire on your bar? Fryer, is your carer around anywhere? I feel that you are someone that is not meant to be unsupervised, especially with the internet. I think I've just decided to stop giving my time to people who are just a little bit weird. And I've realized that there are a lot of people who are very weird online. People who are not exactly socially... What's the best way to put this? Adept, if that's a good way of putting it. Hang on, what am I even meant to be doing right now? What is my... I'm meant to be killing witherbark tusks. Imagine not being weird. I do. A lot of us do. We do rather well with it. It's pretty good fun. We've handled it okay. How to make sure you're not weird? Not sending a streamer the message, what are your thoughts on smoking crack, twice. That's a good start. I'm not saying it's the best start, but you know what? It's a pretty solid start. I understand that, you know, social interaction, it's complicated. Do you think if you could cast Firebolt IRL, it would make significant changes to my life? I think I'd probably run out of mana and be too lazy to sit down and get it back. I mean, it'd make cooking things quicker. That's about it. I've never understood the maths with cooking. Like, if you have to put something in for 180 at 10 minutes, why don't you just put it in at 1,800 for 1 minute? Maths says that would work. I honestly think the reason we're not doing it is cowardice is the main reason. We were talking about substances, figured you'd ask. There are a couple of questions that you can probably answer from what we call context clues, which is looking at the general situation you're in and assuming what the answer may or may not be. You know what, that's fine. That's actually correct. Weird is totally fine. Weird is okay. Socially oblivious is not. How are my workouts going? It has been too warm in the UK. I've been focused the last 3 or 4 days on simply not melting. I have been standing here making sure I do not become a puddle on the floor. It's been rather hot. And what I've done is I've been engaging in my absolute favourite summertime pastime, which is explaining to Americans that actually our homes are built different and they're designed to keep the heat in, as the Americans decide to tell me, well, actually it's hotter in Texas or California or other places. And we have a whale of a time. We have a really good time. Every year, every single year, we engage in this national pastime of explaining to the rest of the world what humidity is. AC helps. Yeah, we don't have it in our houses. English people don't believe in AC. We believe it's witchcraft. Also, is that a bot? There's an orc player that's just standing there, doing nothing. letting their wolf kill the enforcers. I think that if we did start to have air conditioning installed in our homes, then what would we have to talk about when it gets hot? You have to understand that a lot of British custom is actually not designed based on... I think we can go this way. It's not designed based on what's useful, it's designed based on what gives us the ability to complain the most. And some people say, you know, well, I've got a solution for that. I'm like, listen, I'm not looking for a solution. I'm looking to complain. There's a difference. If you were to remove all the reasons that an Englishman has to complain, you have removed a great deal of our reason for being alive. Is that what you want? Do you want me to be unhappy? You can still complain about how cold it is in the house. It's not the same. You know that it's not genuine. You know you're not actually enjoying it. It's not there for real. There's an energy. Josh, where do you find the willpower or discipline to stay away from the internet? I occasionally reflect on what I feel like when I'm on the internet and then what I feel like when I'm off the internet, and I'm a lot happier when I'm off it. So YouTube is great because it allows you to have that wall between viewer and creator, whereas Twitch encourages the parasocial connection. Get an AC so you can complain about the electricity bills. There's an armored core in the corner, I was going to say, but unfortunately, you know what? I did get an AC, and the electricity bills did spike to several £1,000s an hour because those generators just pump out a serious amount of power, because I think I've got the wrong boosters or thrusters, and I probably don't need 2 miniguns. But yeah, you are true. We installed an AC, and the electric bill did shoot up. The house is also full of coral for some reason now as well. The flamers were useful because they actually heated the house up when it was cold. Yeah, see, English people have min-maxed complaining. We're very good at it. I completely forgot what's in my inventory. I'm only playing as a warlock, by the way, because I don't want to think too much. If I could do dungeons, I would do. What model AC did I go with in the end? I just tried lots of things. I tried lots of different vibes. They were all good. I need like some kind of mage. When Dead Mines. Why can't you do dungeons? Because if you have a look at the guild online list, I am there, 39. Let's have a look at the people that are above me and below me. 41, 40, 38, 26. We simply do not have enough people who are within the level range of kind of 35 to 45 who could actually go and do the dungeons. And if you go and do dungeons with people who are higher level than you, then you lose a load of experience. There's the Alt Guild too, Time to Pug. Right, DK, I don't hate myself that much yet. Give it time. All right, that's really more of a 5-hour stream moment. That's not ordered by level. I think you'll find it is. $26, $38, $39, $40, $41, $47. Yes. Yes, it is. Am I an alt guild hater? Yes. The yet is optimistic, yet pessimistic. Oh no, I'm very excited about the day that or the hour, I suppose, where I give in. Give it time, we will get there. You had a level 70 below you, silly. Yes, a level 70 who was away from the keyboard. See? See the little time logo thing next to them? Because I clicked this button up here that says level. And what that did was organize it by level. Then I scrolled down to where I was. And if we organize it by that way, we can find that there are people who are there. I'm there. 2 people below me. More people above me goes to 47. Many people have hit level 70, that's the thing. That's the problem. So, I mean, I'm happy that lots of people have hit level 70. I just think it's funny that nobody, you know, waited for me. That's rude. Okay? Me. Nobody waited for me. The main character. And everyone just charged off ahead, having their own little, honestly, straight-to-DVD film-based excursion. That's not, I repeat, not canon. At all. Alright, if you leveled to 70 while I wasn't online, you are the My Hero Academia films of Warcraft. You may be very good, but you do not matter. Not me, I waited. Good. You haven't streamed enough, so streamer privileges are taken away. I'm going back to YouTube. That was kind of mean, Josh. Red, I don't care. It was a joke. If people are not able to hear me compare them to the My Hero Academia films and think that leveling up in World of Warcraft quickly was genuinely something to be upset about or that I was unhappy with, that's a them problem at this point. I've spent the last couple of months trying to honestly coddle very socially unstable people's emotions, and I just can't keep doing it. I understand that I have a level of humour and a sense of humour that many people may find abrasive, and I understand that some people might listen to the words I say and think, wow, you're being a bit of a dick there. And you know what? If I am a dick, I will hold my hands up and apologise for that. But at some point, there is the English way of gently insulting people that you like. There's a classic saying, enemies bond by complimenting each other, but they don't really mean it. Whereas friends bond by insulting each other, but they don't really mean it. So I think at some point I'm going to make jokes at people's expenses, and if they turn around and go, actually that really upset me, I will apologise to them as an individual, but I'm not going to try and keep constantly treating people with the kid gloves. Because otherwise I lose me. And at some point I can turn around and say, you leveled to 70 in like 3 days without me. You loser. And if people go, I can't believe he's being mean to me, then they need to understand that I was making a friendly joke with them. But this is how it was. Basically, it's very difficult to... Oh, out of mana. It's difficult to engage with people online in a way that doesn't upset someone. And at some point, if I offend an individual, then yeah, I'll turn around and apologise to that individual. But if someone just says in general, I don't like what you said, okay. As we say in classic England, it's just a bit of banter. Unless someone turns around and goes, hey, the thing you said to me genuinely upset me, then I'll apologise. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. What you don't want to do is put focusing entirely on yourself above the individual. You want to be able to respect the individual while also understanding that the collective needs to respect your individuality as well. I'm not getting experience from killing these guys, but I have a 40% chance of getting their drop. So I am wondering whether I should just go and start doing a higher level quest. Because I don't think it's worth trying to grind... It's a level 36 quest that involves killing level like 32 enemies. Oh, there's loads of stuff over there. Let's just go this way. That's way better. Just go to South Shore. Why are we not at South Shore right now? Probably should have a demon out. No, I'm already here. Hey! Let's see if I can just fly all the way to South Shore. Where is the succubus? We're doing this bit again. No, we're not. You know what? Let's just walk to South Shore. It's not that far. Hang on, I've got a mount. Like, that was part of the reason that I got this class in the first place, to be able to get the mount and not have to worry about it. Did I have a nice weekend so far? I am too warm. But apart from that, yes. I have finally finished the video that I've been working on for the last, I want to say, 120 days, which I will link in the chat right now, that premieres on YouTube in 4 hours. And oh my god, basically, the previous 100 days worth of Twitch streaming was a bit of an experiment to see what Twitch streaming was like for 100 days. And the video is me kind of collating all of that data and saying, well, was it worth it? Blizzard should make a ghost horse mount, but make it wet just for me. They should have. It wasn't necessarily a social experiment. I would say that with the people I met, it was probably an anti-social experiment. But I wanted to make the video because I understand YouTube. I don't understand Twitch. And sometimes the best way to learn something like that is to just do it. Was it worth it compared to what? That's what I'd ask. Just making YouTube videos, staying in the shadows, not interacting with people, and making YouTube videos. And the answer is, it's much more fun to just stay in the shadows and make YouTube videos. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy Twitch streaming, I love the connection, but here's what I think I did wrong. First of all, I very much blunted my general sense of humor, which itself is quite snappy, at friends who understand that I'm saying it with love and care, because you can't snap at people online and have them know that you mean it with a level of humor or a level of respect, because it just comes across as being a bit of a dick. But my friends in real life know that if I'm gently insulting them, it's a sign of endearment and a sign of respect. However, what that also meant was I was spending a lot of my time and a lot of my energy interacting with people who themselves, I think, were interacting in bad faith. There were people that came into the chat and they said stuff in order to be offensive, they said stuff in order to get a reaction, they said stuff that itself was either emotionally, ideologically, politically, or culturally charged with a level of expectation. And a lot of those people I responded to in a rather hopeful, in many ways naive and optimistic way. I thought, okay, look, the truth is, hurt people hurt people. And I can tell that this person is upset. I can tell that they're probably not from the best home life. I can tell they've probably not got the best social life, and they definitely don't seem like the most intelligent person. Maybe if I show them a little bit of civility and a little bit of grace, maybe I can be a positive moment within, at least from what I can tell from their short messages, is an overall negative life or an overall hate-filled life. But doing that, giving yourself emotionally, opening yourself up emotionally, and interacting in good faith with people who are there interacting in bad faith is going to wear anyone down. Almost like, have you ever seen those videos of people breaking massive stones by hitting them with a hammer and a chisel, and each individual hit does nothing, but then the final hit breaks the stone, and you realize that actually all of those individual hits were doing something. You just didn't see the psychological chip damage that it was doing because it was an internal fracture that was being created, and then you just saw the stone break with the final hit. That was what was happening to me emotionally, psychologically, and mentally because of the amount of people I was talking to. Now, I think it's true that we did manage to get through to a couple of people. People came into this chat and this stream with bad intentions, with negative energy, with poor attitudes. They came in here with prejudices. They came in with kind of preconceived notions of what was right, what was wrong, what's culturally acceptable, what's not culturally acceptable, and they very much wanted an echo chamber, or they just wanted to attack me for thinking ideologically different things to them. And you know what? I think there were a couple of times when we did interact with people like that, and we were able to change their mind. And we were able to hopefully mellow some of these people out. But for every success, we had 5 or 6 what I would refer to as failures. And unfortunately, that means that I was effectively sloshing around in the toxic sludge of the internet, kind of general fanboy world of various things. And you guys, the audience, were unfortunately subject to watching these absolute, for want of a better word, idiots constantly get platformed with their vile rhetoric that just kept being spewed again and again and again. And now I think what happens is if someone comes into the stream and says something that we can tell is being approached in bad faith, I'm either, 1, just not going to bother responding to them, or 2, if someone just keeps constantly trying to get my attention, but not in a not in a good way, in a kind of, I demand you pay attention to me because I deserve to be listened to and challenge your viewpoints kind of way, I'm just going to ban them. And people have messaged me and said, hey, if you ban people that disagree with you, you're going to create an echo chamber. I'm like, okay, I fully understand that. But, and this is going to sound really harsh to people that don't quite get it, I don't owe the world existing within a box that people get to disagree with whenever the hell they want to, at their own leisure, with no concern for my mental health. You're welcome to disagree with me, but you don't have the right to join a stream, throw around vile and toxic rhetoric, demand responses, demand attention, and then when you don't get it, turn around and say, well, you have to address me, you have to listen to me. That doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. If people want to chat, because some people, and again, let me know if you've ever met these kind of people. Have you ever met people who absolutely 100% all the time have to argue? They have to play devil's advocate, even if the devil doesn't necessarily need an advocate within that specific argument. They will argue for the sake of it. They will think, well, my entire purpose is to provide friction within this argument. They will think, well, this is not just a discussion. This has to be a debate because I'm involved. All of the conversations with them become debates. All the discussions become the cut and thrust of a back and forth. And you know what? At some point, it's just really draining. You don't need to define yourself by being a contrarian. If your defining trait is you disagree with people and you have to have a debate and I've had people argue with me and then message me afterwards being like, hey, just so you know, I actually agreed with you. I just thought that you needed a good argument. No, not really. No, there's enough idiots online that you don't need to pretend to be one. Give it enough time and we'll find a genuine one. You don't need to say, well, you know what, you voiced an objective opinion, but nobody has challenged you, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be that guy and I'm going to challenge you. I'm thinking, you could just not. It's not that I want to create... Put it this way, it's not that I don't want to create an echo chamber. I'm not bothered about having an echo chamber. Sometimes when people comment online, all they're doing is screaming into the void. And sometimes they do that because it makes them feel better. But when you are streaming, when you are working online, you're actually working in the void that other people are screaming into. And at some point, the echo chamber becomes the endless regurgitated screams of the contrarian damned who absolutely need your attention right now. And I just got really bored of it. So at some point, some people are going to say, actually, you know that whole attitude of, if you ban me, you've lost the argument. Someone has like a Twitter argument with you and they say, well, look, hey, if you ban me, I win. Okay, win. That's fine. Because I consider, as much as my ego doesn't want to give you the satisfaction of having the last word, because none of us want to do that, you know? We always think, oh my God, if they... Why are the symbols not appearing above their heads? Is it because these are too low levels or something? Okay, what are we doing now? Right, we're going to go and kill some Yetis. We all have this human desire to want to have the last word with anyone. We all have the desire to want to say the last thing because that means we win. Because people are bothered about arguing for their ego instead of arguing for any kind of actual change. It's not about enacting systemic change. It's about beating the person in front of you into intellectual submission. It's a mini event quest. That's fine. I'm going to ignore it. And I don't necessarily want to beat the person in front of me into intellectual submission. Sometimes I just want to exist in a world without them. My time on this planet is limited, and there are going to be a hell of a lot of people that make my life better. And there are going to be a hell of a lot of people that make my life worse. And I just started to question, why am I giving so much of my time to people that make my life worse when I then am limiting and reducing the time that I have to message or hang out or spend time with the people that make it better? And some people will message you and go, oh, so you just want to live in a bubble. You just want to live in an echo chamber. You just want to live in your nice little small everyone agrees with you bubble. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that sounds great. I'll do that. The older you get, the more you start to agree with Cypher from The Matrix. And as everyone else messages you and you're like, no, you must escape the Matrix. You come with us, live on a robot and eat slop. I'm like, no. I'm going to go and eat the nice juicy steak. Sounds great. Being on the internet exposed me to thousands of people who absolutely needed to let me know what I was doing right and wrong at all times. And eventually what starts to happen is you as an individual become less of a person and more of a persona. You start to exist in reference to like a soap opera. People don't see you as a human, people just see you as a level of character that exists behind a screen. And to them, their drama, their show, is turn on the stream, interact with some drama, do a bit of trolling, and then go and live the rest of their day. The problem is that because I'm trying, and again, I say this is a naive thing to do, I wanted to approach people in good faith. And I think I just started to learn that maybe I do need to put the defenses up far more than that, because approaching people in good faith was, of course, exposing me. Would you like a healer? No, I'm good, thanks, but thank you for the offer. Approaching everyone in good faith was allowing the people that were acting in bad faith far too much leeway. The gates were unlocked and unbarred. That was the problem. And it was affecting me and it was affecting you. And at some point, kindness, what's the old phrase? Mercy to the wolf is cruelty to the sheep. And unfortunately, I was giving the wolves far too many chances and far too much leniency. Far too much access to me and honestly far too much access to you. So now if someone comes into the stream, even if part of me thinks, look, I can tell that you're a hurt person, I can tell that you've got these bad ideals, I can tell that you're desperate for some kind of savior. That savior ain't me. It doesn't need to be me. It doesn't deserve to be me. I don't need to sacrifice myself in order to fix every other problem. I don't need to set myself on fire to keep everyone else warm. And even though the teacher part of me will always see these angry young people as, even if they're older than me, I still refer to them as angry young people. I will always see these angry young people as scared people, as people who could be saved via a level of education, as people who could be saved via a level of civility. They could be saved, they could be helped, they could at least be guided away from a level of kind of horrific bigotry by a positive influence. But I've realized, you know what, that positive influence doesn't need to come at the cost of my own mental health every single day. That's why, and I'll say something to you now that I think is quite brutally honest. The best teachers burn themselves out really quickly because they genuinely care about the students. They genuinely care about connecting in a way that matters, about empathizing, about understanding. Some of the people that should be teaching are people who do not have the temperament to teach for a long time. The most caring people are the people who are burnt out the quickest when people don't care about them. And the people that have what I would refer to as the kindest souls, and I'm not saying this reflects on me at all because I know that I can be an absolute arsehole, but the people that have the kindest souls are the people that will struggle the most dealing with people who don't. I've met teachers who are absolutely incredible. They care about the students more than you can ever imagine, and they will leave teaching within 2 to 3 years. I've met teachers that absolutely do not give a shit about the students and are incredibly narcissistic and egotistical and arrogant and horrible, and they'll be teaching for 50 years. So at some point, somebody's going to join their stream and they're going to say something that I'm going to absolutely disagree with, and I'm going to say, you know what? Given enough time and enough mental energy, I could probably help change you. But I'm just not giving it because it's limited now. Sociopaths are far more common than we want to admit in all walks of life. Teaching especially. People don't like to think about it or admit it, but teaching, doctors, nurses, military, law enforcement, any of that, any kind of career that gives you a position of power over another individual will attract people that are there not because the position allows them to do good, but because the power allows them to be powerful. Trick Mick Twitch, you have too much chest hair. That's a perfect example of negativity. Trick, I'm going to ban you because you can't just come in here and say things that are wrong. See, that was protecting my peace. That's very important that I immediately recognize the negativity that's brought into this stream and we straight away just stamp down on that. We don't want that. That's not the energy. The echo chamber needs to be full of chest hair. It does. See, don't you worry. I'm going to make sure if you don't stand up for something, you have to admit at some point you don't actually believe in it. So it's very important that I am willing to ban people who come in here and say things against what I believe in. It's a brand at this point. Your mic is in the way of the frame. Move it or echo chamber. No. Is there a Discord channel for people with hairy chests? Probably. I don't know if I can help you out with it, but there probably is somewhere. Okay, cool. Hang on. We've killed all the mountain lions. What have I got to kill now? What's that? The hulking mountain lion. Oh, is this going to be one of those random ones that occasionally just spawns because it's bigger? Oh, it's going to be a random better spawn, isn't it? You sometimes get these in quests. Drinking tea or coffee? Currently, cup of tea. just correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the hulking mountain lion is a random rare spawn of the mountain lions themselves. I don't think it's... Oh, they're just mixed up with the others, there's just less of them. Okay. There are two types, they're not rare. Okay, so we need to just go back to where the other ones might be. We'll find them. What we will do is just slowly but surely get our... Yeah, it's a bit of a... That's a great way of putting it in you. It's a bit of a faff, isn't it? As my gran would say, it's a bit of a palaver. Which I think is the classic British way of saying it's the worst. It's the absolute worst. It's a complete palaver. What the hell is faff? Too much effort, annoying, irritating, lots of little bits that have to go right. Just kind of too much effort. It's a bit faffy, isn't it? How was Henry Cavill's birthday party? I don't know, Holly. We are different people. Yeah, it's a rigmarole, that's a way. Is Black Desert Online faff? Don't know, haven't played it. You make a lot of sense with teaching. My girlfriend was a teacher in PRU, changing children's lives, getting a ton of grief from the top brass. She's now in therapy and doubts her teaching ability. Yep, anyone that is in a position that makes them emotionally vulnerable to the input of others, anyone who actually cares, is at risk of mentally burning out. Do you ever think that's a little bit ironic? The only people that you're able to actually emotionally affect are the people that emotionally care about you. Like, if I didn't care about any of the things people said at all, it just wouldn't affect me. The reason it gets to me is because I do care. I do genuinely want to care. I do genuinely want to be able to talk and have that connection because I do want to care. And people, I find that quite ironic that the people that want to troll, the people that want to be offensive and insulting and abusive, will seek out people that care in order to, make sure they're communicating with them. And the reason I find this weird is the people that are trolling online or being offensive or being abusive are often doing it because they have quite sad lives. They don't have much going for them, they don't have many prospects, maybe they haven't achieved what they want to achieve, maybe they feel a bit insecure with everything. And so they're looking for someone to listen to them. And what they're doing is they're finding the people that listen to them, but then instead of asking them for help, instead of trying to connect on like a genuine, useful level, they're just insulting them. They're just being negative. And I'm thinking, look, man, I know that life's not going the way you want it to go. I know you're not where you thought you were going to be. And I know that you're clearly hurting. But why, when you have found someone that is willing to listen to you, is your first response, your first choice to be confrontational in a negative way with that person? I find that strange. And I think, honestly, it's going to sound horrible. It's from a lack of education. That's what it is. Is that what my DMs are filled with? Yes. My DMs are filled half with people who just want to insult me and half with people who are asking me for life advice. That's it. I think that it's a lack of education, it's a lack of maturity, it's a lack of chance. Because a lot of people who are happy and life's going great are not spending their time trolling online. Some people are taught that kindness is a weakness. And I think the reason they're taught this is because the role models they have growing up, whether it's parents, whether it's foster parents, whether it's guardians, whether it's other kids that they watch while they're growing up, they take advantage of kindness. And they're almost shown that kindness is there to be taken advantage of because it can be. And then if you grow up seeing that, you grow up learning that kindness is, at least in relation to how your life is, a weakness. There are many people who are not kind because they have seen kindness be abused. They have seen it be pushed back against. They have seen it be taken advantage of. And I think that's a shame. And I think that's one of the reasons that when people join the stream with bad intentions, as much as I want to just turn around and say, look, man, I don't want your kind of energy in my life, part of me thinks, look, this person has clearly not been shown enough kindness. This person is clearly suffering, so maybe if I show them a little bit of kindness, we can find some mutual ground. But the truth is, these people, a lot of people online, simply don't want to be happy. They want to be upset. They want to be irritated. That's the value to them, because that's what makes them feel important. That's what makes them feel powerful. But of course, it is a double-edged sword. You cannot have uncontained kindness, because then what you're doing is you're giving people that are going to take advantage of it the advantage. You cannot have suicidal empathy for everyone. You cannot, at your own expense, treat absolutely everyone with uncontained kindness, even when you know that's going to be negative to you, because people will say, oh, that's just a beautiful, kind, loving thing to do. No, at that point, it's foolish. Hello, Piper. Do you want to come and say hi? Come here, you. I know it's really warm. We can have a little bit of a quick cuddle. Up you come. Yeah. Hello. Oh, my goodness. Yep, lots of licks. Lots of lick time. Quick Piper break. We can't, but we should still try to. Look, I believe that we should try to show kindness and empathy to people right up until they've shown us exactly why they don't deserve it. If someone says to you, hey, if you're kind to me, I'll be kind to you, and then you are kind to them and they are kind to you, fantastic, spot on, great civilizational structure. If someone turns around and says, hey, be kind to me and I'll be kind to you, and you're kind to them, and they take massive advantage of you and damage you and harm the community you've built up and destroy it, then they were never looking for kindness, they were looking for weakness. It is the paradox of tolerance. We cannot tolerate intolerance, otherwise you just allow people who are willing to be dickheads run everything, which is not sustainable. Yes, hello, Piper. Nom, 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 nom. You good? You happy? You're very happy, aren't you? Okay. Come here, you. Go on, off you pop. There we go. Oh, here we go. Vote Josh for Prime Minister. I wouldn't want to be in any position where I'm in charge of absolutely loads of people. Oh, how have Piper and Apollo managed to stay cool during the heatwave? Oh, they haven't. They've just been flopping sideways whenever it got too warm. It was quite cute, actually. Right, what are we doing? We're trying to kill the Yeti fur and the hulking mountain lions. So I think that's what happened was, and I think you guys have actually seen this with the stream. If you constantly extend an olive branch to people who keep grabbing the olive branches and snapping them, at some point you're going to run out of olive branches and wonder where all of your olive branches went. I absolutely want to be able to extend a level of empathy and a level of care and a level of compassion to as many people as possible. But I also don't want to be, honestly, quite frankly, stupid. And if I extend a level of civility to people, and that civility is consistently met with bad faith interpretations and advantage of my good nature, I'm going to start thinking, you know what? At this point, it's my fault. Right, these are grey, so it's actually no point doing this. Let me see what I can get. The internet's a wild place, man. You have to understand that at some point you will be interacting with the worst people you could possibly imagine. Right, so I don't want to bother doing the Cave Yeti quest, which is called Bartolo's Yeti Fur. There's no point doing that, because it is, honestly, low level. So get rid of that. If the kindness gets taken advantage of, then maybe the kindness will go away and there'll be no solidarity, then there'll be no empathy and people will start to act different. That is true, that is understandable. However, what you can't do is you can't constantly sacrifice yourself for a system when the system has shown, or the individual has shown at least, that they are just going to take advantage of that. I believe that you should absolutely be able to extend kindness and empathy and compassion to absolutely everyone, right up until that person has shown you exactly what they're going to do with it, and you've decided that's not what you want to be done with it. You're looking at my action bar and you're confused. Why? There is nothing confusing about the bar at all. I believe there will always be a hell of a lot of kind people, and I will always advocate for kindness and respect toward your fellow man. Always. But I will also advocate for you not being stupid. And eventually, if someone comes into the stream and they spout off a load of horrible, vile bigotry, and we say, well, that's just what you think, and then the next day the same person comes back and spouts off a load of horrible, vile bigotry, and then the next day they come back, and this happens again and again and again. At what point is me extending kindness and allowing them to do that actually hurting the people that aren't doing that? Because I have a responsibility not only to my own mental health, but also to everyone else on the stream to understand what they do and don't want to be part of. Do I get that kind of bad person often when streaming? Yes. Yes, it happens a hell of a lot. You're making me sad. Who hurt you, and can we make it better, says Emily. Emily, it's the internet in general, and the best way to get over it is for me to understand that drawing barriers and defensive marks is not cruel. It is important. Philosophical debates are fine, but at the same time, at some point I'm going to say, look, I don't owe you a debate. You think this honest pessimism is correct? I wouldn't trust someone. I wouldn't even say it's pessimism at this point. I would say it's just an honest reflection of the general standards and the general ideas. If me saying that reducing the kindness shown to those people who have proven repeatedly that they don't deserve it is pessimistic, then I'm happy to be. There are many people in my life who are good, decent, respectful, honest, genuine, hard-working people. There are many people in this chat who are good, decent, genuine, hard-working people. And you know what? You guys, you deserve my time. You deserve my respect. We cannot continue to tolerate intolerance, because if we do, we are effectively handing over any control of any system to the people willing to do the worst things. I've said this before, but the paradox of tolerance is that you must not tolerate intolerance. It's weird. It's very strange. I've spoken to many people who are, and I don't like the phrase bleeding heart, because I myself am definitely more on the liberal side. But unfortunately, the phrase bleeding heart really does work. when I have met so many people in life who will absolutely sacrifice everything they have to not look like they're being mean to anyone ever. And I think at some point that I've got to realize that there are people online that I've kind of got to be mean to, because if I don't stand up for what I believe in, at some point I've got to admit that I don't believe in it. Hello, Hertz. Welcome to the stream. Bald Eagle says, you used to be the kind of person who was negative a bunch. You've got a decent paying career. Oh, congratulations. Well done. You've turned things around. A lot of the relationships you had are now gone. Bald, is that because... First of all, thank you for sharing that with me, man. Is that because the relationships that you have, whether it's friends, family, whether it's any kind of connection, they valued the negativity? Do you think that's kind of where it came from? Do you think there are some relationships that place being negative over any kind of connection? Because I think there are. I think there are many people who value being upset and being unhappy and being angry over any kind of actual solution. You caught me live. Sios, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing today? There was another really good question in the chat. Does it piss me off that people need validation on their MMOs? It doesn't piss me off. It makes me sad. It makes me sad that there are so many people in the world who want to do things that make them happy but aren't confident in them because they have at some point potentially experienced a level of what is effectively just bullying about it. When someone wants validation for doing something, I don't see... It doesn't piss me off. What I see is I see a small, scared child. I see a little kid that at some point loved video games or films or TV or books or music. I see a child in everyone that at some point had a spark of passion for whatever they were doing, which got completely extinguished by whether it's culture, whether it's society, whether it's an individual person, whether it's, you know, just a general vibe that they had to go through in life. But when someone wants validation for what they're doing, it doesn't piss me off. It saddens me, because I genuinely want people to be able to enjoy whatever the hell they enjoy without feeling that they need validation from people into why they enjoy it. And sometimes when people say, you know, hey, is my MMO the best? My MMO is the best. You've got to do this. They're saying it because they are insecure. It all comes down to insecurity. If you are secure enough in what you are playing and what you are doing and the way you are spending your time, you do not care if other people don't approve of it. And that's what I see. I see a load of people suffering from insecurity who want to enjoy something, who do enjoy something, but they can't commit to enjoying it because they are scared that if they try and enjoy it earnestly, if they try and enjoy it genuinely, they are opening themselves up emotionally to pushback. This is honestly why I think so much modern writing is done ironically. It's done self-referentially. Because if you enjoy something ironically, you never have to take the emotional risk that somebody might not like it and that reflects on you. If you enjoy something genuinely and someone says, that's a bit crap, you feel attacked, you feel insulted, you feel that you've almost been belittled slightly, because in a way you have connected your own personality to the art that you enjoy. Whether that's right or wrong is up for debate, but people do that. If you enjoy something ironically and someone says, yeah, that's crap, you can straight away turn around and be like, yeah, it's crap, I'm just enjoying it ironically. Because what you're doing is you're building in a kind of preset defense mechanism between you and critique. Yes, Apollo, woo-woo. You are building in this... What's the best way to phrase this? You're almost building in a plausible deniability against critique. That's what you're doing. Tyler says all these issues can be resolved by simply touching grass. Yeah, going outside is a great way of doing it. I would encourage people to go outside. I don't think all the issues can be resolved by simply doing that, because what you're doing is you're reducing down a human's kind of psychological concept, the psyche of an individual, which is a complicated thing. People have got stuff going on in their lives. People have, some people are struggling, some people are not, some people are finding difficulties, some people finding aren't. I think that going outside and being healthy and eating right is definitely a really good way of giving yourself the foundational support of that. But I wouldn't ever want to say that it's the only way of fixing it. I think that it's undeniably a good idea. But I think, unfortunately, we're living through a society that values apathy, and it values aloofness, because what that does is that removes emotional risk. Being genuine is emotionally risky. You weren't trying to minimize, just showing there are some solutions that can help. Yeah, that's great. Showing solutions is good. One thing that's really important, and I see this happen a lot, is the way that we approach things, the way that we phrase things, the way that we connect to people has a huge impact on whether that person will or won't take our advice. And sometimes one of the most important, this is what drained me, and I can't do it all the time. Sometimes what's really important is not just offering the right advice, but finding the delivery method that the advice will be listened to and respected. Because let's imagine that someone came to you with a problem and your first response was, you understand what the solution is, and you just give them that solution. Maybe you do it in a slightly aggressive way. You have to ask yourself, have you actually solved the problem? I bet you haven't, because they're not going to go and do it. It's very important that you not only get the right information across to someone, but you get it across to them in a way that they will be receptive to. Choice of words is key. People hate it. And when you say to them, look, it's all about managing somebody else's emotions, it's about managing somebody else's expectations. People don't like the idea that you're manipulating them. And you're not necessarily manipulating them, but you are aware that the delivery of information is, at least to a lot of humans, as important as the information itself. So we're living right now through a time where, and this all links back to the question, do I get pissed off when people ask me for validation on their MMOs? I don't get pissed off when people ask me to validate them doing anything. I get sad. Because the only reason they're asking me for validation is because they look at me with a level of respect. And they think that if I approve of them doing something, they're allowed to do it. The truth is, they were allowed to do it anyway, and they were enjoying it anyway. They were just insecure about earnestly enjoying it. And they wanted someone that they look up to and someone that they see as having a level of confidence to say to them, yes, I think what you're doing is really cool. Because that way they feel safe in continuing to do it. That's what it is. Ams, oh my goodness, thank you very much for all of the subs. That's remarkably kind of you. That's how parasocial stuff works. I mean, if it wasn't me, it would be somebody else. It's a shame that you're still hung up on the stance to kindness, but the stream has continued. Kindness is not the inability to say no. Kindness is to treat people as a human and with decency. We can say people are deserving to be blocked out of a community, but we still need to treat them with kindness. Otherwise, we risk going down a slippery slope of hate. While I understand where you're coming from there, kindness itself needs the ability to ostracize people from societies and from communities. Because if you don't have that, then your kindness will constantly be taken advantage of. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be kind to people. I'm saying that at some point, if we are kind to people who intentionally and repeatedly mean us harm, then we are actually not being kind to the society and the culture that we have built up around that. Showing constant kindness to someone whom you know is going to cause pain and suffering and anguish and hardship to people around you is actually showing cruelty to those people. It's very important that we occasionally reflect and say, we must act with a level of responsibility and respect and kindness, but that cannot come at the cost of unfair or cruelty or, harm or hurt to a society of people that we have a responsibility to protect. What are we talking about? We're talking about the paradox of tolerance. Justice absolutely does need mercy. That's true. Justice does need mercy. But sometimes mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Kindness does not always mean being nice. And if you have a group of individuals and another group of individuals, and one of them is constantly, causing harm to another, kindness to the one that is causing harm will be seen as an insult to the one that is not. The problem is people will hear this and they will take it and they will run with it to its ideological extreme, which I think is dangerous. Mercy doesn't mean I won't put you in jail. It means I'll still treat you as a human being in that jail. Yeah, potentially. But you also have to accept that if someone is in that jail that you have put them in, they have been put in there for a reason. And therefore, your kindness or your level of respect to them, your level of civility can remain. But it is important that that kind of divide is made. Let's grab some more quests and hand some stuff in. It has to be a level of justice. What I don't want to see happen, that did happen to me emotionally when I was trying to engage with everyone in bad faith, is my attention, my emotion, my mental energy was being so drained by people acting in bad faith who demanded my attention that I was unable to give that attention, as worthy as it should be, to those who were just being genuine and honest and kind. Ams, my goodness, thank you again. Algin says, getting rid of kindness does not encourage better behavior, it breeds hate. Treating people kindly is the only way to win them over. I mean, not if that person has an ideology they're going to prioritize above you. Responding to negativity with positivity can wear you down, even if the person apologizes. I wouldn't say that we need to not respond with... There's nuances to it. If you meet an individual who is ideologically driven to the point of fanaticism with a specific ideology, and they see your kindness to them as simply an opening to be exploited or a weakness, you are not necessarily going to win them over via kindness. And even if you were able to do that, you have to weigh up the amount of time that that's going to take and the amount of negative impact that could have on anyone else around you. At that point, you have to sit back and go, yeah, I could absolutely change this individual for the better. We could absolutely make them a part of this fair, loving, kind, genuine society. But is that process going to come with downsides? And if that process is going to come with downsides, you got to balance what the best amount of stuff for the majority amount of people is. Am I intentionally sitting on a fence while talking about nuance? I wasn't, but I can remain there. You can't out-reason a person out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. And while I understand that ideally every human being should be treated with respect, once that person has shown you through any kind of repeated patterns of behavior that continuing to treat them with respect is going to continue to engage in a negative pattern, it might be an idea to say, well, you know what? Maybe I don't want this person in my life anymore. Kindness isn't a surrender, it's an olive branch. Yeah, that's true, I completely agree. But if somebody keeps snapping all of my olive branches, eventually I'm going to start saying, hey, could you stop snapping all my olive branches, please? Right, got to get rid of... What am I getting rid of? You lion meat. We don't need that.
Good day to you.
Do you agree you should not be rude in return? I mean, yeah, don't be rude. You can absolutely be polite with someone. Hey, we leveled up. Right, armor goes up, spirit goes up, bonus damage goes up. What's better, critical strike or bonus damage? Increase critical strike by 10, damage done by fire spells and effects. I'm not using fire spells or effects, so we're not going to go with that. No feelings, I haven't. So no, don't be rude to someone. Right. Okay, so the snake hoop and the lavishly jeweled ring. Spell hit rating by 2. Intellect and stamina, intellect and spirit. We're going to want that one. So the stone of the eagle is going over the snake hoop. Snake hoop's that one just there. Cool. There we go. That's way better. Did we have any other stuff? Hang on. Oh, yep. Oh, that's better in every way. God damn. Look at that. Stamina up, intellect up, spirit up. Goodness me. Increases damage and hitting by 15. That is just straight up better. Love that. What realm is he on? Thunderstrike, I believe. I think I'm on Thunderstrike. But yeah, to reference the conversation we're having, which is a fantastic conversation, people are doing it very respectfully. There is a level of mental energy. Hopefully everyone in the chat can understand this. You have a limited amount of mental bandwidth. And when that mental bandwidth begins to run out, there will still be people who demand your attention. There will still be people who demand that you engage with them. And it's important to be able to say to them that in a respectful way, they don't get to demand your time whenever the hell they want it. You can absolutely listen to them if you have the time and the energy. But what happens to me is, and again, you guys can let me know if you've ever experienced this. Someone only ever wants 5 minutes. Someone only ever wants 5 minutes of your time. The problem is that when lots of people only ever want 5 minutes, you end up giving a huge amount of your time to people who never just take 5 minutes. So at some point it is totally acceptable to say, I don't have the mental bandwidth to deal with this right now. And someone will come along and say, oh, but I'm only going to take 5 minutes. No. No, you're going to take a lot longer. So sometimes it's important to say to people, we're not engaging in this right now. And people will come into this stream and they will demand that I debate them. They will demand that I pay attention to whatever specific thing is important to them on that day. And even that is remarkably draining. And at some point I've got to say, you know what? Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm sure this could be a really interesting conversation, but I'm out of mental bandwidth for today. I've got a limited amount of mental energy and mental time. Why am I giving all of it to people who want to be confrontational to me when I should be giving it to people whom I love, whom I care about, my friends, my family? I should be giving it to people that I want to see on a day-to-day basis. Why, at this point, do you prioritize giving time and energy to people who do not have your best interests at heart? I'm not saying avoid people forever. Yeah, don't avoid people forever. Of course you need to be able to talk to people. But you also need to accept that at some point, if you keep talking to people, you will eventually run out of mental bandwidth. Oh, 1,000 evils, you're a physician. It's always like, oh, why does this hurt? Why does that hurt? What have I done this? How do I do this? Quick, give me your time. Josh needs to learn the skill ignore. I'll start with you. The problem with arguing with people that you don't know is you don't know how honest they are in the conversation. You don't know what level they're actually attempting to engage with. You don't know if they're being honest with you. They might not be. They may be engaging in bad faith, really bad faith. So I think what's happened is, sometimes what's going to happen, I know this is going to happen, we're going to have people join the stream and they're going to say something that's extremely inflammatory. They're going to say something that's bigoted. They're going to say something that's horrible. And part of me is always going to think, I can fix them. And another part of me is going to jump in front and say, or you could not give the person that's trying to ruin your day your energy. That could work as well, you know. If anything, that could be better. Right, let's have a look, see what we've got now as far as weapons go. Cryptic says, if streaming causes this level of distress, why don't you do something else that doesn't degrade your mental health? Not every job fits every person. Cryptic, I've done this job for a long time. I've worked in the entertainment industry for a long time. Are you saying that because of what you've heard me say today, you think it will be best if I go and do something else? I think the answer to that, Cryptic, is because of the conversation we had earlier. I enjoy streaming. It's not completely without its challenges, but I enjoy it. I am privileged to be able to do it. I like being able to share whatever I'm doing with you guys, but I'm also not going to sit here and pretend that I don't have any emotional connection or emotional kind of vulnerability whenever I am streaming, whenever I am engaging. And I think that people can tell that, and people, I think, to a degree, actually appreciate that. Right, Umbral Wand of the Owl, Umbral Wand of the Whale. I think the wow, yeah, it does more damage, doesn't it? Intellect and Spirit, yeah, that's just straight up better. Just a better wand. Right, cool. Let's do some more quests. Hang on, should we equip this Triune Amulet? Ooh, Stamina, Intellect and Spirit. That's good. Let's put it on. Cool. It's way better. I'm not saying you need to do that, but I've watched you for years and many streams it makes you upset. Cryptic, I also explained earlier that I've just finished a 100-day streaming experiment where I have been collating and gathering all of the data based on 100 days of streaming, and have made a video that I've put out on the main YouTube channel right now called I Twitch streamed for 100 days, should you? I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. I don't think that me ending a stream being emotionally drained is a special thing, because I've got friends that work shit jobs. I'm sure many of you guys work shit jobs. And I think, and this is just me being completely honest, it would be incredibly arrogant and narcissistic of me to finish a stream and think, oh, that was a bit emotionally draining, I should probably quit. Because a lot of people in the world don't have the luxury of being able to quit a shit job. I think that is an incredible position of privilege for me to be able to think, oh, that was a difficult day, I should probably quit. No. I've worked crap jobs. You've worked crap jobs. Sometimes you have a bad day. Sometimes you just get the hell over it. Sounds horrible, but yeah. I've had streamer friends of mine message me and say like, oh, I'm not really sure what I should do. I'm not feeling it anymore. And part of me, I'm going to be absolutely honest with you, part of me wants to grab them and say, you have one of the most privileged positions within any kind of career you could possibly have. You have, as far as, physically goes, a very easy job. Yes, it's mentally challenging, as any job is. But when people message me and go, oh, I'm just not feeling it, I'm like, do you think the people flipping burgers at McDonald's are feeling it when they go to the job that they need to go to pay their rent? Do you think the warehouse workers are feeling it every time they go and move boxes? Do you think the hospitality workers are feeling it every time they go and have to serve an absolute table of arseholes? No, they aren't. But you turn up, you do your job, you serve the audience, you go home, you decompress. Streaming is a job, that is true, but there are lots of other very shitty jobs out there, much shittier jobs. And every time I sit and complain about this, I think, you know what? I could be doing something much, much worse. So yeah, sometimes I have to grab my friends who have privileged positions and be like, you need to occasionally remember that you are in a far luckier position than lots of other people. And the very fact that you can take a couple of days off to find yourself and decompress is something that most people would kill to be able to do. Occasionally it's important for me to remember a bit of perspective with it. Oh, but my stream wasn't very good. Fine, go and get another job. Okay? Because I guarantee your boss isn't going to care that you didn't feel very good when you were, entering all that data. You just need to do it. Anyway, that's me. Shouldn't we be at Desolace right now? I think we should. Hang on, where do I need to go? Where's like all the quests and stuff? Oh, I see. It's north of where we are. Right, there's everything. Let's go north. I think, unfortunately, occasionally, people that have slightly cushier jobs do need a bit of a snap back to reality moment. Because I've had YouTuber and Twitch streamer friends of mine complain at me about struggling with lots of stuff, and I'm not unsympathetic to the struggle. I will absolutely be sympathetic to the struggle they are going through. I don't want people to think that I don't care. But sometimes caring and showing kindness does involve giving people a bit of a reality check and reminding people that they are in immense positions of privilege. Not everyone likes or responds to tough love, but sometimes it is important to ground people. What sparked this conversation? Can't remember. I just think it's important to be grounded every now and again. Oh, hang on. We've been chased by... Oh, level 45s. Oh, let's... Oh, it's Taran Mill. Yeah, you don't go to Taran Mill. There's been a bit of a cynicism toward people in chat that seems a bit unnecessary. Cryptic, were you listening when I explained why? Or were you not here during that point? If you weren't here during that point, I can repeat it. Right, where do I go? Okay, I've got to kill these ogres. Let's do this. You had a 1 min ad break. That's kind of your fault at that point then. Anything in particular in TBC you're looking forward to? Silence, I think, would be the best thing, to be honest. But until we get that, I think we'll just keep going through with the Warlock, throwing Shadow Bolt at people. I'm really excited to see what happens to Shadow Bolt when I hit level 65, and then Shadow Bolt when I hit level 60, and then Shadow Bolt when I hit level 68. And I think at level 70 you get Shadow Bolt. So I'm excited about that. But no, to release back to what Cryptic said, I have been streaming full-time for the last 100 days. It is emotionally draining. The reason it was emotionally draining was because I allowed myself to be emotionally vulnerable with people who approach that freedom and that trust with bad faith. So I feel that I placed myself into a position of emotional vulnerability. You get that it's draining, but if you use the toughen up mentality that people have in normal day jobs, then I can say that most people don't have the luxury to tell their co-workers or clients what they really mean and have a cynical approach. Cryptic, yeah, I completely agree. What's the best way that I can phrase this to you? Life is more complicated than being boiled down into sound bites on a Twitch stream. Sometimes I will talk about things that are relevant to my life. Sometimes they'll be relevant to yours. Sometimes they won't. Sometimes I'll say things that come across as arrogant or ignorant. Sometimes I won't. What I can't do is say something that you're going to 100% agree with, that I'm also going to 100% agree with. So what I think the best thing we can probably do is play some Warcraft, talk about some stuff, shoot the shit, agree that we're not always going to agree with each other, and try to not solve every possible argument. I feel that seems to be the best way to do it. Life is full of nuance, and if I think in any way that what I'm going to say is going to matter, no, it's not. What's going to happen is the bit where I talked about just dealing with your job is going to get clipped, it's going to get put on YouTube. People are going to go with the comments of, well, actually, the specific situation I'm in is different because of this. When you talk about generals, people want to talk about specifics. When you talk about specifics, people want to talk about generals. When you say, in general, this is true, someone will come along and say, well, specifically to me, it doesn't apply because of this reason. And if you say, you know what, once I specifically experienced this, someone will come along and say, well, actually, in general, you shouldn't have experienced that because of this. You're not adding to the conversation. You're literally being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. Because if someone discusses a general and it doesn't apply to you, you have to let them know. And if someone discusses a specific, but it shouldn't apply in general, you have to let them know. The problem is that these kind of discussions take minutes or hours to have. And if you clip that and put it onto YouTube, people won't watch for minutes or for hours. People want sound bites. People want to read the headline without reading the article, which means that unless everything is contained within the headline, people are going to make a snap judgment and a snap decision off that. So when I say, if you are a streamer, you have a very privileged position and a very privileged job, and sometimes the things you complain about are not things that you need to be complaining about, does not mean you do not have the right to complain about anything. Of course you can complain about your job. We all want to bitch about our job. But sometimes I'm bitching about the fact that I don't know what video game to play, which, let's be fair, is a pretty shit thing to bitch about, because it means that I've got too many games. It's fine to have a bit of a whine every now and again, but occasionally ground the whinge that you're having within the level of the actual annoyance it is. It's totally fine to be annoyed, but there's a bit of a difference between I'm annoyed that I don't know which video game I'm going to play, and I can't pay my rent and can't afford food. Bit of a difference. Thankfully, I'm no longer in the latter camp. It sucked when I was there, which means occasionally I've got to remind myself, hey man, maybe stop complaining about shit when you've already solved a hell of a lot of the problems. I think the thing is, people are always going to complain. It's a natural human thing to do. And when you have solved the big problems, you end up complaining about the small problems. But when you complain about the small problems, if you do that to people that have big problems, you come across as a little bit out of touch. Like, I'm not a billionaire. I don't know any billionaires. But if a billionaire ever complains to me that their 5th yacht couldn't fit enough IKEA to put all of the child's skulls on, I'm probably going to think, this is not really a problem I'm ever going to have. Maybe you want to complain to the kind of people who are able to empathize with this. You have that exact problem. Just buy IKEA Kallax units, man. Come on. So I think, as far as I'm concerned, sometimes I just have to check the problems that I have and remind myself that, actually, they're good problems to have. Am I still playing Albion? No, not really, not recently. It's a good game, but I'm not playing it. Yeah, like, I don't have a boat. I've learned one thing about boats, and that is that you don't want a boat. You want a friend that has a boat. If anyone here owns a boat, you will understand exactly what I mean, because boat stands for break out another 1,000. I don't ever want to own a boat. The best 2 days of a boat owner's life are the day they buy it and the day they sell it. It's much better to have a friend that owns a boat. Like, you don't want a hot tub. You want a friend that has a hot tub. Because if you get a hot tub, you've got to clean it, you've got to maintain it, you've got to heat it, you've got to pay for it, all that jazz. No, you don't want that. What you want is access to that. That's what I want. I thought for a long time that I wanted a hot tub. Turns out, no. What I want is access to a hot tub. Very different things. And, okay, cool. So, Michael, you've just said same with kids, right? No. No, not right at all. Because if I were to take the exact sentence I just said with hot tub and replace it with the word kids, I would be saying, I don't want kids. What I want is access to kids. And that's illegal. That's wrong. Maybe what you were going at was, it's more fun to hang out with kids that aren't your own. It's getting worse. The more I add to this, the clips are just going to get worse. Right. I think what you're trying to get at is, it's fun to be the fun uncle, but I don't want to be a dad. Like, don't get me wrong. If a kid walks up to me and goes, hey, you want to have a Nerf war? I'm like, yeah, I want to have a Nerf war. That sounds fantastic. That's super fun. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy the childlike wonder and playtime that comes with that level of play. What I don't want to do is pick up all the darts afterwards. I think that's the truth. I think we can all understand where I'm coming from with that. I want to have the Nerf war. I don't want to pick the Nerf darts back up. I think we saved that. I think I managed to turn that around. Like, don't get me wrong, I was worried at the start, but I think I was able to save that. That was a good save, you have to admit. That was a really good save. That was Scott Sterling levels of saving right there, all right? We made that work. That was slick. In all seriousness, in like a non-weird way, I do miss teaching in primary and high schools, because playtime in a primary school, you do get to see the kids having a great time, just innocently enjoying life, and there is like a genuine, honest beauty to that. There's like a real fun, light energy to just knowing the kids are having a good time. Like when I was doing playground duty, which is where the teachers stand and watch to make sure the kids don't kill themselves on the playground, that's pretty much the entire job. There is just a level of fun to it, to see the kids playing Tig and running around, and some of them were still playing with Pokemon cards, and some have got Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and some are doing football, and some are just sitting on the corner chatting, and I'm like, you know what? It was just nice to see that level of comfort within that environment. It was really nice. I don't miss every aspect of the job, but I do miss almost in a selfish way the fact that I got to, through seeing the fun they were having at playtime, almost connect with that. That was nice, man. Bringing Beyblades to the school playground before the school banned them. Oh, hell yeah. It's nostalgic. It's nostalgic, it's innocent. It's a time before responsibility. And that was nice, you know? That was nice. That was definitely a highlight. Right, let's go and kill some more of these guys. Need to get some more dirty knuckle bones. I did not see MZ's costume contest. I know she had front page on Twitch for a while. She did really well with it. Am I crying inside? I'm always crying inside. But no, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to keep streaming, but I'm just going to give people that are, I suppose the phrase is emotional vampires. People who are literally just there to drain you. I'm just going to give them less time and less energy and less effort. And if somebody in the chat starts becoming confrontational and becoming belligerent, I'm just going to move on. And some people are going to accuse me of saying, oh, you're curating an echo chamber. Or, you know what, I'd rather at some point... Sometimes it's nice to live in an echo chamber of nice things instead of the void that other people are screaming into. Sometimes it's nice to be able to say, look, man, you've got big feelings, you've got big opinions, but right now, I don't have the bandwidth to deal with them. Don't stare into the abyss, guys. The abyss stares back. I actually used that quote in the video that's coming out later, that I am very excited about because it took me a hell of a long time to make. Oh good, the video premieres in 2 hours, it seems. The video on the main channel premieres in 2 hours, there's a link to it. The video that premieres on the main channel today is the reason that I've not put any content out in the last 3 months. I have actually been recording the last 500 hours worth of Twitch streams from February 6th all the way up until now, and I have been collating all of the data and have made a massive, huge pile of, effectively, video. I have explained my entire experience with Twitch, both the good and the bad. We've gone through all the stuff there. How big is my hard drive? It was a couple of terabytes. You wish you'd seen this stream or watched the VOD 3 years ago when you started streaming. Continue now. Best time to do it was 3 years ago. Second best time is right now. Are you in the video? Probably. What did I find doing the research? I found there are 6 reasons people watch streams. I found that the stream audience want a different thing to the edited YouTube audience, and I found that no matter how tough or resolute or stoic I thought I was, my mental state would be broken down by overexposure to the dregs of the internet. I even include the clip where I lash out at one of the viewers while playing Darkest Dungeon. I include that clip and I include an apology for it. And I also found it quite ironic that it was during the Darkest Dungeon stream that I discovered that overconfidence truly is a slow and insidious killer. When I realized that, I'm like, yep, it's true. Anyone that believes they are able to survive the negativity of the internet, it's like looking into the warp from 40K. You can survive for a tiny bit, but the longer you stand there, it is going to seep into you. It's the energy drive from Event Horizon. Unfortunately, Twitch itself, I mean, Twitch as a framework is fine. It's some of the people on it. Most of you guys are cool. I'll be fair. You know, most of you, totally cool people. Some of you, a little bit weird, but still cool. Some of you, though, complete arseholes. It's just straight up you are. You know you are. Most of you, though, totally fine. Those of you who are fine and weird, you're the best. Okay, you're fun. Your comic timing, better than anything could ever be. But the arseholes, that's why we need to push them out. I think I realized that this is why I don't mind creating an echo chamber, because I'm not the only one in it. We're all in this echo chamber together. And if there's someone over in the corner screaming obscenities, echoing around the room, everyone's going to look at me and they're like, maybe we could get rid of the weird bigoted guy that keeps screaming obscenities and echoing, because that's not a good echo. I'm like, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. If we're going to live in the echo chamber, let's at least make sure the echoes are pleasant echoes. Anyway, guys, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I've been streaming for 2 hours. I'm going to grab a drink. I'm going to grab probably some caffeine. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit here. Don't let me die while I'm gone. Don't do anything. Here's a DVD logo. Don't go anywhere. Right, here's a countdown timer for 5 minutes. Because, you know, I know you've got no attention span whatsoever. Right, 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Okay, I'm back. What happened? Does Josh's Guild in Albion exist in the American server? Nope. European server. The front fell off again. Well, that's not meant to happen at all. Front's not meant to fall off. I'll have to say that's very unusual. You're hyped for the video. I should also be getting the Was It Good Icewind Dale video out within 2 to 3 days. So, I'm going to be real, guys. I'm glad it's over. Definitely glad it's over. I think what I need to do in order to deal with people that want to come onto the chat to troll, or people that want to come on to just, you know, act in bad faith, I have to understand that it's a fetish thing. They just like being shouted at, and I should probably charge more. Like, there are some people that join the chat who clearly have a fetish of being treated like an absolute idiot, because otherwise they wouldn't say the things they say. And while we're not going to kink shame in this house, we do need to charge accordingly. I say that, we don't kink shame. Unless your kink is being shamed, in which case it's bad and you should feel bad. Look who's back from slumber. Yeah, I decided that my mental health was doing a bit too well. You know what I have realised is I've not summoned Yazbis, have I? My little demonology dudes. I should probably also cast Demon Skin occasionally. Hang on. Is that rank 2 demon armor? That's way better. Lasts 30 minutes. Protects the... and restores 9 health every 5 seconds. Totally forgot that I could do that. So yeah, that's good. Right, who else have we got? We've got... Right, summon Imp, Voidwalker. Do I want the Imp or the Voidwalker? If I'm soloing, do I want the Succubus? Is the question. Who's better, the Imp or the Voidwalker? I think we probably want the Imp. I'll go and get the Succubus soon, don't worry. Which one has the coolest name? The Imp is called Yazbis. That's because Yaz is best in slot. The Imp does a small amount of damage, like not a lot. Like, it's better than nothing. Don't get me wrong. He does a fun little jump when casting a spell. Does that make you happy? Yazbis is a keeper. Yeah, Yazbis is great. There's nothing wrong with Yazbis. I mean, my attacks are doing 58 damage and his are doing a whole 30. I mean, to be fair, we can just wand an ogre to death, which is fine. Void might let you life tap more often. I actually don't need to life tap. Life tapping is actually a trap. Good warlocks never run out of mana. Or life. Ever. Right. I'm going to grab this ogre and see if I can get a dirty knucklebone. Which I'm pretty sure was something I used to say toward the end of a night out at uni when it hasn't gone well. You need to go bribe Nomad, have a good stream. Do it. Say hi for me. Tell him I miss him. Was that from a real life experience? No. No, nights always went well. This is awesome content. Zebek, that's way too positive. This is fine content. Alright? This is whelming content. This is content. That's what this is. This is content in the same way that a Greg's sausage roll is a sausage roll. Like, you're not going to complain, but it's not your first choice. Right, I think we want to go, honestly, this way now, it seems. Greg's sausage rolls are amazing, especially the vegan ones. I hope, for your sake, that life gets better. What's the name of the sausage roll bakery in the Midlands? Birds. Now, birds we can have a conversation about. All right, you can listen up and talk about birds all day. Birds is great. Birds caramel donut, they're good. All right, I'll hear no bird slander. Okay, let me... I can see you there, Syndicate Spy. Now, birds is good. It's a Midlands-specific bakery chain. And you know what? It's pretty great. You know what? The Greg situation is crazy. Let's not bother adding any kind of nuance to the videos. We don't need to. Just say that the situation is crazy and then move on. Right, let's try and take care of this Syndicate Spy. Oh no, Yazbis is getting bolted by a frickin' wizard. Alright, come on, you and me, Yazbis, against this wizard. Let's go. I got sheeped. I just got full-on sheeped. By like a regular enemy and everything. God damn, Yazbis, you will be remembered. Rip Yazbis. Yazbis full-on got ripped. Right, you are a named enemy. Jailer? You have no idea how important your role is in the story eventually. That's the jailer right there. That's John Blizzard. Look at that. I can't believe that was the jailer. It's actually him. That wasn't foreshadowing, guys. That was 5 shadowing. That's how important that was. I can see there is a Syndicate Spy just there. So we can obviously shoot him. I did it, guys. I saved Azeroth. Now we don't need to go through the Shadowlands expansion anymore. Now we can just go straight from Warlords of Draenor to whatever was after that. What happened after the Warlords of Draenor? I'm sure something happened. Hang on, so I need to get an Alterac Signet Ring. There is an 80% drop chance of this happening, and yet I don't seem to have got it yet. Why is that? Can I show off my character's fashion? It doesn't need to be shown off, it's perfect as it is. Okay, so... Right. Why? Noble Deaths. Syndicate Spy has, from what I can see, an 80% chance of dropping the Signet Ring. And yet... Cool. Okay. I opened a chest and got a blue sword. I've not seen that before. It's a blue sword called the Black Knight. Nice. The Black Knight binds when equipped, one-handed sword, requires level 26. Chance on hit to send a shadowy bolt at the enemy, causing 35 to 45 shadow damage. Cool. Is that good? Holy moly, best in slot sword, more shadow bolt. Nice. If I equip that, I could cast shadow bolt while I cast shadow bolt. It could be worth it. It's a bind when not for warlock. You're saying all of these things, but I'm not listening. I could just equip it. Right, how much is the Black Knight sword worth? Because I'm happy to sell it, obviously. That's worth a lot on the auction house. Tell me how much. You give me a nice amount of money and I'll sell it. At least 7 gold. 7 gold could be enough. Nice stream. Thanks. Appreciate it. I try and be average. Link it in the Union chat and somebody can see. Hang on. Is it shift click? There we go. That's the sword. $24 gold. You guys all had me thinking this was going to be like crazy expensive. I was thinking like hundreds of gold. No, 65 gold. I'm not even getting out of bed for less than 100 gold. And I'm getting in for about 50. Oh, see? Comedy. Right, give me your stupid... Right, I've not received any of these drops. Why have I not received... The Ultrax Signet Ring. Hang on, let's just have a look at this in the stupid thing. What's it called? It's called Noble Deaths. Why? Noble Deaths. Bring me 7 Ultrax Signet Rings. Enter the ruins of Strabard. We think the Syndicate are using them as a headquarters. They may be hiding as Syndicate agents, but you'll know a noble by the Signet Ring. So just find invisible enemies and kill them. I've not seen a single Signet Ring, but I've got the rare Black Knight sword. How does that make sense? Where's the spy? This is stupid. Okay, so maybe this quest is dumb. Hang on. Are there more this way? Must we go this way into the mountains? Attempting to find these stupid signet rings. You, sentry, come here and die. I'll resummon my minions soon. Might even get my tank. Zebek, are you a bot? Zebek, I'm not view-botting because, and I have to make this honest, I don't know how to. Okay? No, LMAO. Zebek, the last messages you've sent are, keep it up, man. This is insane content. Type 1 if you agree. Insane play, bro. No Lamau, I'm trolling you. If you're not a bot, then you're just a very sad human. Like, at that point, I'm going to be honest, Zebek, after reading your message, I think I'd prefer a bot. Like, that would have made much more sense. I chat GPT'd give me examples of messages when someone Twitch streams is viewbotted and chatbotted. Why? So you're attempting to troll by asking ChatGPT how to troll. At this point, I just feel bad for bullying the disabled. You know what, Zebek? Do your best. Just do your best. Just try. Remember when trolling took effort? Yeah, I had to definitely process that sentence because it just came across as a bit weird. Someone in chat earlier said, wow, this streamer is mean. No. That's my entire comeback to that. There you go. No. I could sit down and give you a long explanation about how actually... No, philosophically, mercy to the wolf is cruelty to the sheep, again. And... what you actually understand is that we need to do a little bit of gatekeeping, otherwise we let people who troll using ChatGPT in. Yeah, I'm just going to say no from now on. That's the best way of doing it. When people are like, you're mean, no, you are. I'm gonna, at my own detriment, read the chat. I deploy the anti-no-you shield. Yes. What if I would have just, like... There you go. Fire rain in an area. That works. Oh, this guy's got way more health. Didn't realise this. That combo was insane. Let's go. Oh, thanks, Ultra. Ultra, are you a bot as well? Have you also had to type in some ChatGPT stuff? You know what, Ultra? It was insane. Yeah. I mean, you might be a bot, but I'm pretty sure that you just saw me cast an AoE attack at an enemy in front of me. And you were thinking, oh, he's using strats that we can't even think of. Am I on hardcore? Emotionally, yes. Within the game, no. Le Pink Owlet says, let's enjoy this journey together. Has everyone just started chat GPTing how to be the most generic, annoying viewer? Because some of you, I'm going to be real, some of you are nailing it. I've got to be honest, I think I enjoyed the humanity of trolls when it was just people trying to be dicks, not kind of outsourcing the work to ChatGPT. Chronic Bubonic says, I'm about to go hardcore on my butthole with a frozen stick of butter. You know what? It's my fault for streaming. It's my fault for having the internet. At some point, I do have to look at the actions and the responsibilities that I hold and think, I'm choosing to continue to engage with the World of Warcraft Classic community. At some point, I'm going to end up, you know, engaging with them. It's my fault for being able to read. The internet is a gift, don't waste it. It's a gift in the same way that a baby coming to you with a shat diaper is bringing you a gift. There's not much you can do with it, and at some point you might as well just throw it away and start again. The baby or the diaper? Honestly, at this point, both. Is the internet the abyss or the chat function? They are symbiotically connected. Soul Reaver and Reaver of Souls. Internet, chat, Twitch, abyss, Lovecraftian god. Remember the old Lovecraftian stories that always had a character looking into the mouth of madness or reading a book and going insane, and we thought, that's not very realistic. Turns out it was. They had just managed to condense the internet down into a book. I'm wondering if the old gods that Lovecraft spoke about driving a man insane from pure exposure to them were talking about Twitch chat. They would have definitely been ahead of their time, but they wouldn't have been far. The Necronomicon was Wi-Fi enabled. The Necronomicon was Wi-Fi enabled. The password was super complicated because it used all those weird symbols. Lord Zebek, if you think Twitch chat is bad, go play a public VR chat world. No, because I've got a social life outside of this. This isn't the suffering Olympics, and it's not the dunk you think to say, if you think this is bad, you should go and try something really bad. No. No, I don't need to. Hey, we have, however, got 3 signet rings. That's fantastic. Zebek, what was H.P. Lovecraft's cat's name? Oh, that was the N-word, wasn't it? Zebek, I'm aware of history. Zebek, I'm not based for knowing that. That's just a fact of history. You can go and check that. I'm not endorsing or agreeing with that. I'm just saying that that's a fact of history. The fact that you thought it was some kind of based own to bring up, hey, do you know a history fact? Yeah, I do. Not everyone knows, duh. You know what? I think you're a bit of an idiot and I don't want to interact with you anymore. There we go. That's what I was talking about earlier. Some people come into the chat and they engage in good faith. And what some people do is they engage in bad faith, and eventually you start to realize that some people are not the kind of people that you want to have around because they are just bigots. And I don't mind people being funny, but as soon as someone's like, I'm going to get my laughs by just being an idiot, no, there we go, and get rid of you now. That's way easier. Like we say, you can't be kind to everyone. You kind of miss what happened. Some edgelord kid came into the chat and started just being a bit of an arsehole. I think it's because there's a lot of very dumb edgelord kids that just think racism is funny. And it's not. You can go and check the H.P. Lovecraft's cat's name thing, by the way. It's a relatively well-known fact in the literary world. Turns out a lot of these old writers, not the best people. Being aware of awkward facts from history does not mean that you endorse those facts. It just means that you are aware of them. It was a racism thing, yes. Yeah, it was a racism thing. I think there are some people online who are just not very good at socializing, and so what they tend to do is they approach interactions with people as... What's the best way of putting it? They have the mentality of bigoted children. And unfortunately, sometimes you interact with people who are not good in real life situations, or who are very, I don't like to use the word stupid, but I think it fits, stupid. But I've come to realize that as soon as someone is engaging in bad faith, they aren't content. They aren't fun, they aren't funny. If anything, they're damaging to me and to you. Yeah, I'm thinking that the best way to describe it is they weren't burdened with an overabundance of schooling. They make the quality of the stream lower. I have a limited amount of time in my day, and interacting with people like that honestly makes me sad. I feel that's the best way of putting it. Have you guys ever been at a party? And I know it's a big ask. Some of you are immediately, I've lost you straight away, but stick with me if you have. Have you ever been at a party and there has been someone... No, you don't need to say no. Have you ever been at a party and the vibes are good and then someone does something that just absolutely kills the vibes? Maybe they said something stupid, they tried to do a backflip and ended up smashing the table in, they started a fight, and you just look at the person that ruins the party and you're like, what is wrong with you, dude? Everyone was having a good time, the vibes were good, the energy was nice, and you just came over here and you just messed it up because everything had to be about you. Everyone, you had to raise the bar, you had to go out there and be the obnoxious little shit that destroys the party. Imagine dealing with people like that on Twitch all day, every day. If you ever start to think, why do I ban people or why do I push people away? The exact people that say the things in order to get a rise are the exact people that would have ruined the party. And at some point, you do need to say, this is my party. You're ruining it. Please leave. Sometimes they're an idiot, sometimes they don't know how to socialize. I also don't have the time to work out which is which. Yeah, so sometimes what happens is this Twitch stream is the vibes of a party, and then you get the idiot that nobody invited coming in and being an annoying little kid. And Arky says, if you get kicked out of a party room at FurryCon, you've messed up. Look, there are two reasons that people leave a room at FurryCon. Either the orgy is over or the server is down. They are the only reasons. If ever you do have an influx of IT tickets that have not been answered, just double check that it doesn't coincide with the timing of a furry convention. What is a Crimson Lotus? How do I know that? Because I work on the internet. And I understand that an IT convention and a furry convention are one convention. People always seem... They seem to find it weird that I just have knowledge of internet culture. And I'm like, I work here. Yeah, I think that unfortunately, as far as the online space goes, we just do have an overabundance of people who are socially awkward and socially... It's fine to be socially awkward as long as your heart's in the right place. The problem is that we have socially awkward people who are also just genuinely bad people. Like, if you're socially awkward but you're trying to be respectful, totally understand it. Respect it. If you're socially awkward and you're just trying to be an edgy dick, don't. Well, you can be socially awkward and respectful. Right, how long until the video's coming out? Just to double check. 2 hours. Cool. Alright, 2 hours until we get a new main channel video. That's that one just there, linked it for you. Exactly. If you drop a glass at a party and you turn around, you're like, guys, my bad, I dropped the glass, I'll clean it up. Totally understand. If you grab the bottle and throw it on the floor to smash it just to get people to look at you because you're attention starved, that makes you a bit of a dick. That's when nobody likes you. I think that's the balance. A lot of it comes down to intention. People IRL are also incredibly socially awkward. I mean, people on the internet are far more socially awkward. People in real life can definitely be bad at communicating with people. Anyone can be bad, and the internet, of course, is ubiquitous with modern life now. But I just have a lot of messages from people who have contacted me for a lot of very weird reasons. Isn't it hard to read intention from plain text? Yeah, Cryptic, it is, but what you have to look for is pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is, how is this person responding to me? How is this person engaging? Is this person engaging in good faith? Is this person being a little bit obnoxious? Is this person being willfully obtuse? Eventually you do start to pick up a vibe of how you are communicating with someone. And while it's definitely difficult to read something in plain text, the plain text itself will contain the essence of how that person chose to write. signet ring of these things. You notice that people usually retreat or apologize when called out, but online people don't do that. That's because people online don't want to have a discussion. People online want to have an argument. A debate is when both sides are willing to change their mind. If you aren't engaging in conversation with a willingness to change your mind based on the presentation of new information, you're not entering into a debate, you're entering into an argument for the entire sake of just arguing. There are no consequences to it. It's not about you and me versus the truth, which is what a good debate should be. It's you versus me. I'm going to try and intellectually batter you into a corner and then, find a level of validation for myself for winning. There are many people online who are not looking to have a conversation. They're just sad, lonely, or pathetic people who need to feel some kind of power in their life. And so what they do is they have a conversation that has absolutely no fail state. They're not trying to communicate with you. They're not trying to connect with you. They're trying to batter you into submission and make themselves feel powerful. That's what they're trying to do. It's a shame, but that's what people are trying to do. Wow, real armchair psychologist right here. Yep. I'm just continuing to read. Cryptic Manor. As a construction worker, it's a big contrast to how you describe your interactions with people. Whereas in my line of work, people are very rarely rude or in bad faith. Cryptic, it's very difficult to be rude to someone or in bad faith to someone when they're physically in front of you and are also a lot stronger than you are. If you're a construction worker, I'm guessing you're pretty damn strong. People are not going to walk up to someone and be rude to someone they know could punch them in the face. People, however, will, because they feel intimidated, the fact they can't do that in real life, seek an outlet for it online. People will be keyboard warriors. They will message you in a way that allows them to get their power fantasy fix without putting themselves in harm's way. The internet has given a lot of people who have a lot of insecurity a huge amount of outlets in order to vent their frustration. Now, of course, sometimes things do get read in the wrong tone, and it's very important to reread those and to understand how that tone needs to be presented, which is why we need to look for pattern recognition. It's why we need to look for a continued pattern of behavior. So if you want to say that I'm an armchair psychologist for looking at this, absolutely, I'm not a qualified psychologist at all. And I am sitting in an armchair right now. I am simply pointing out the repeated patterns of behavior that I have come to see in my line of work. I think people that are comfortable with themselves are normally okay having these kind of discussions and don't feel... I mean, you've got to remember this, guys. People that are happy in life aren't the people that are coming online to do some online trolling. These are not happy people. They're not content people. They're not people with a huge amount of outside hobbies. They're not people that have, the career's not going great for them. Maybe the relationship isn't going great for them. Maybe it's not the best life general vibe. So we're not exactly dealing with the cream of the crop straight away. And sometimes I need to remind myself of that. Sometimes when someone comes online and starts spewing off bigotry, I've got to think, maybe I'm not dealing with the most content person. Because that helps me. Zab says, you're not also in a great place, but you feel being kind and present isn't that difficult. Zab, in that case, you're doing way better than most people are. Well done. I mean, I'm not saying that everyone, and again, this is a point that I need to get across to people. I'm not saying that everyone that goes online and is unhappy in their life is going to be a troll. That's not true. If you are facing hardships, if you are facing difficulty, I am not saying correlation and causation have to be the same thing. I'm not saying that every single person that is facing difficulties is going to, you know, deal with that and mitigate that by being a dick online. That's not fair on everyone at all. Of course they're not going to do that. I think it's silly I have to explain that. What I am saying is that people that actively go online and search for people to troll are doing it because they have a deep need for attention, a deep need for validation, a need for power in a life that is maybe making them feel powerless. People want an outlet for negativity, and the internet is the lowest barrier to do that. Josh, I feel like you're always arguing with chat or venting about some troll every time I tune in. Don't you think you're fostering a bad community by spending so much time and energy on negative subjects? Rag, we're not necessarily focusing on the negativity. We're talking about the psychology of the kind of people that come online and engage with the conversation. If you see negativity every single time you come into the stream, have you considered the problem might be you? Just saying. You know? If you smell shit everywhere you go, check your shoe. We were having a good laugh earlier. If you're seeing negativity every time you come into the stream, common denominator there's you, my bro. Your shoe, yes, because I'm implying that you stepped in shit. Oh my god, are most of you so terminally online that when I said smelled shit, you all just assumed that you'd shit yourself? Is that the level of terminally online that I'm currently talking to? I said if you smell shit, check your shoe, and a normal person would think, oh yeah, we've obviously stepped in dog poo. And multiple people online went, why would I check my shoe when it's clearly in my undergarments? Wow. God. I forgot I was playing Warcraft, but thank God you all reminded me. See, that was an example of my sense of humour. And some people are going to message me and be like, that was a bit cruel. No. No, cruel would have been ignoring them. This is the community that I've cultivated. It is, unfortunately. I just think that I need to start hanging around people who are able to take a bit more of a joke. Hey, we got all the signet rings. Fantastic. And there is a quest over here. Fantastic. Sarcasm falls short with many. I am just very sarcastic. I am British, so sorry, but that's just how a lot of us are. I also feel that I might be about to die. God damn. This assassin is... bloody hell. That was quite a lot of damage. Sit down, assassin. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just British. Bloody hell, there's more of you. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to survive this. Oh, thank God Moo's been here the entire time, following me around. Because while streaming, no game is ever your own. Chance of death, much lower. Oh, there's loads of enemies. Let's not go that way. Right. Don't need you, but I do need... Where's the quest to be handed in? That way? Oh yeah, okay, cool. Back in that place. But there is a Griffin Master that way. Right, let's go and grab this Griffin from the Western Plaguelands. And then after grabbing the Griffin from the Western Plaguelands, we will take our way back. Josh, am I going to watch that video of the handsome man that spent 100 days on Twitch? I didn't think Henry Cavill was on Twitch. But yes, I'll be watching it in 2 hours. What's the difference between the British and the English? You know what? It doesn't even matter, but I think if you say that, the Irish would get very angry at you. There actually is no difference. England is the most important of the countries. All the other countries are honestly just suggestions at this point. The Scottish would like to think they would get angry, but that does involve putting effort into things, so they might not. You thought that British and English were the same thing. No, so Great Britain, the United Kingdom, the British Isles, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Southern Ireland, Western Ireland, Northern Scotland, and the Midlands are all different places. Ironically, remarkably not united. The Isle of Man, we always forget about those. Can you guys make it less confusing and have country names? Yeah, so we do, but then we kind of gather all the countries together. We gather all the countries together in the same way that Americans say things like the tri-state area. What the hell is that? Can I just ask a genuine question? I have seen a lot of American media, and there's always a bit where they say, and then there was a big storm in the tri-state area. Where is that? What is the tri-state area? Are you just talking about the three nearest, the boonies? That doesn't narrow it down. What is the Midwest? Is it just any three states? I think it's any three states. Like, if you take any three states that have like a central point, that's the tri-state area. Which means that it can apply anywhere. What is the Midlands? The Midlands is north of London and south of Scotland. I don't understand Americans. What is the boonies? What is the Midwest? Like, is there a far west? Right, flight path discovered. Let's fly back to... Where are we handing these quests into? We're handing them into there, which is South Shore. Far west is California, Oregon, and Washington. Okay. The thing is that America is just too big. Like, it's a massive landmass. America is 50 small countries masquerading as one big country. There is so much variation within every state that I've got no idea how you guys think that you're just one massive collected country when every state's so different. Learn something from the Brits, okay? Let me teach you something. In England, there can be a village, then there can be a distance of about 2 miles, and then there will be another village. Those villages will hate each other. They will have completely different customs. They will sound different. They are, for all intents and purposes, completely different existences. And you guys go like, oh yeah, it's all just one country and we're all exactly the same. No. I hate people that I can see out my window. That's the British way. And you guys are like, oh, it's all just one big culture. No. All right. It's that meme, savages, savages, barely even human. That's how Birmingham talks about Nottingham. The only thing that brings people in England together is collective hatred of people further away. Like, Birmingham and Nottingham hate each other, right up until the discussion involves Newcastle. Then we both hate them. The only thing that, I'm going to be honest with you, the only thing that unites England is hatred of France. I genuinely am terrified of what would happen if France ever went away. And yet you allied with them twice. I don't know history. Also, well, this is one thing that really gets to me, and I've got to be honest with you. Here we go. You're some drama. I really hate it when people say, and yet you did something because I am involved in a country that did that many years ago, as if I am personally responsible for that. Oh, well, you allied with that country 100 years ago. I wasn't alive. I don't know what happened 100 years ago. No one does. History doesn't go back that far. We've lost the records. When someone says, oh yeah, but you guys did this. We guys, I wasn't involved. I was just playing games. I've got no idea what happened. History is the only subject in school that gets constantly harder every day because things keep happening. Right, what is the Redbridge Mountains? Now, what's this? This is the Swamp of Sorrows. How do we get to the Swamp of Sorrows? Right, Deadwind Pass or the Blast. This seems to be where I need to be. Oh, God, no. Is this going to be... Oh, that's Stranglethorn Vale, isn't it? I don't want to be there. Oh, I might need to be. I might need to go back to Stranglethorn. I need level 40 quest and I can't find any. Which is a problem. Josh, ask us about North and South Jersey. No, you get one Jersey. At this point, honestly, I think you're just being greedy. There's a load of quests in Ironforge to hand in. Let's just go back and hand those in. That seems easier. Right, where's the Griffin? There you are. It is so British to tell another country they have too many cities. Yes.
King's honor, friend.
Yes, it is.
Farewell.
Josh, can you tell us how the British invented time? Oh, do you mean John Greenwich? And his mean time? I just think we got annoyed that the rest of the world was late. And we were like, listen, lads. Listen. At some point, we've got to start organising. You can't keep saying you'll be 5 minutes. We know you won't be. I do like the flying in Warcraft. Josh, are all other people real or just a figment of our imagination? We can't prove it. We don't know. We don't know if when we stop looking at stuff, it just stops existing. Like a processor trying to save on processing power. MZ is raiding with 57 people. Come in. Welcome, everyone from MZ's stream. Is anyone new? Is anyone high you smell, says Cygnus. Cygnus, I was having a great day. Why would you ruin it? Why would you come in here with your insults and just straight away say things like that? Right, everyone from MZ's raid, who's new here? Who's not been here before? Who has never seen me stream? Show of hands. Who is not sure what they're about to be witness to? I'm new, says Flower Eater. Me, I'm new. I'm new as well. I'm new. Okay, cool. Follow-up question. What's wrong with you? I've been streaming for months. I've been making YouTube videos for years. Where have you been? Do you hate me? Am I not good enough for you? Is that what it is? Do I sicken you? Have you been avoiding me on purpose? Don't make eye contact like that. I'm autistic. It's okay, Digital New. Don't you worry. We'll start playing with trains in a minute. All right, you can tell me all about how much your custom-made Warhammer army matters to you. But right now, we must maintain eye contact. Maybe they don't have a second monitor. That's a good point, actually. That's true. Josh is normally a fun and chill streamer. He's going through a villain arc today. This is just me. Okay? This is me. Like, that was the... What film was that? Was that the Justin Bieber film? I haven't seen it, but another title. Look, we all like trains. There's no one's doubting that, okay? My joke about trains wasn't saying that trains themselves were bad. We all know they're great. Maybe the Justin Bieber film was This Is It. Boats, you say. Wet trains. The deep run tram is very cool. A tram is not a train. Now, let's just get that cleared up straight away, okay? I actually don't know whether it is or isn't. Could somebody more autistic than me tell me whether a tram is a train? Where does monorail fit within that kind of dichotomy? Light rail counts as a train. That's true because in London you have the Docklands Light Railway, the DLR, which does itself connect up to other real trains. Tram is train, but spelled differently. Maybe they never... It wasn't meant to be called tram. Maybe they just gave the sign painting guy to the one dyslexic kid. And they were like, okay, this is a train. Go and paint the sign. And he's like, can do. And later on there's like, that says tram. Ah, just go with it. It's fine. Yes, maybe he didn't master kerning. It's the same, but in cursive. Or, yeah, they won't know the difference. Okay, so what am I doing now? Ah, Warlock Trainer. Warlock tasks. I can go and get my succubus at some point, can't I? Trams are the Mad Cat's controllers of trains. I'm glad that you understand what I mean when I say that. World of Warcraft does need more trains. Like, I think that maybe the dwarves should have built more than one. I have hit level 40. Maybe that's a special level for something. Train is Cavill, tram is Josh. I don't like it, but he's got a point. I'm not happy. But he is correct. Right, what is that? That is in... What's it called? Okay, this is too low. We don't want this. Where am I where does a level 40 man go? The Badlands? The Badlands, I suppose, could work. Level 36, level 40. Okay, cool. The Badlands does seem to have places. Oh, and obviously I know where the Badlands is. This is Alderman. By Loch Moden. Right, Loch Moden then goes south. Right, need a ride. Right, where's Loch Moden? Loch Moden and south gets me to the Badlands. We're not going to Daenerys, we're going to the Badlands. We're going to get some levels. I'm level 40 now. I'm like a real boy. You want him to get the incubus for the lols. We will get the incubus and the succubus. There'll be lots of incuing and succuing, don't you worry. They will both be bussing. Hey Josh, I've been binging all your JoshStrifeSays videos. Oh, thank you. Very kind of you. As a small creator, it's great seeing some good traffic on YouTube and getting quite a few emails of advertisements. Oh, cool. Do you have any tips, knowledge on how to pick or choose or use these as an advantage? Hang on, let me reread that. You've been getting emails about advertisements. Yeah, don't. If you're getting emails about promoting things such as sponsored content, first of all, don't download anything ever from an email. I don't care if it's a freaking Word document or a PDF. Don't download it. And if someone's like, oh, come on, dude, you've got to download this. Don't. Ever. I've literally asked companies to send me screenshots of contracts instead of downloading a PDF file. And the legitimate ones do it. Be very, very, very wary of people scamming you for stuff. And understand that audience trust is a currency. In terms of MMORPGs, consider audience trust a builder and a spender. You build audience trust by doing the things that make people trust you. You spend it on the powerful attacks and the powerful moves, which are doing adverts and effectively tapping into the value that you then have. It is a balancing game of being able to establish the value that you have to marketers and audiences, extract that and gain from it without then destroying it in the future. It's a balancing game. I would say, as harsh as this is going to sound, until you are a larger established YouTuber, a lot of companies are not going to bother contacting you, and the ones that do are going to have ulterior motives. So be exceptionally careful and vigilant with any email that you get. Just be really, really hyper vigilant. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. Just remember that, please. If you remember anything, that is the whole thing. Do a playtest of a game before agreeing to advertise it. Absolutely. I've had many, many, many games, including quite big games, come to me asking for advertisements, and I've said no, because I understand that audience trust is a currency. And I build it up by doing the thing, and I spend it by advertising at you guys. And sometimes I've had companies come to me and say, hey, we would like to pay you to access your audience. Please advertise this product. And I've said no, because the amount of money you're offering is not high enough for the amount of audience trust this is going to cost me to do. It's a horrible way of looking at it. It's a very business-focused way of looking at it, but you kind of have to. The constant Raid Shadow Legends seems legit. Raid Shadow Legends pays a lot of money. Pays a hell of a lot of money. I haven't taken it, because to take the money would be lovely, but I would also be cashing in a lot of audience trust that I don't want to. Don't worry, I'm saving it all up for a really big attack. I'm saving it all up for a really big one. Then I'll cash it all in one go and just cash out. You know, it'd be great. Let's go and hand in this quest over here. Would I say there's a threshold where the money is too good to say no? Absolutely. I'm saving up for the ultimate attack. That's what I'm doing. Like, if someone comes along and says, hey, we'll give you £10 million to advertise this game, done. Great. And if someone turns around and goes, I can't believe you sold out. No. Didn't sell out, all right? I cashed out. There's a difference at that point. Believe me, the people that have a problem with you selling out are often not the people who are supporting you in other ways. Does also depend on the audience, but you then also do need to question, where does your loyalty lie? Does your loyalty lie to making the audience of people that you may never meet happy? Making sure they value your morals? Or does your loyalty lie to making sure that you, your friends and your family have a nice life? I'm not endorsing one of these things or the other, but if I were to have a conversation with my mum and I said to my mum, listen, this company offered me £10 million to promote a game for 3 minutes. But I didn't take it because I need you to know that the little people who live in my PC online respect me. My mum's going to look at me and go, will you ever meet these people? Are they paying your bills right now? Will you ever make that much off them? No. Oh, she would definitely slap me. Without a doubt. And she'd be in the right to, as well. Gru is nothing without his minions. True. But I think I would definitely cash in the audience trust for a couple of million. And I think anyone that tells you they wouldn't is either far more morally responsible than me or far more comfortable than me. Cash it in and retire. Yeah, easily. But until that happens, let's just keep playing games. Now, I'm not going to rug pull you. I'm not going to scam you. I'm not going to ask you to put your money for something and then not deliver it to you. No, nothing. Nothing as evil as that. I'm going to make sure that you guys aren't out of anything. You would cash in and donate it immediately. I wouldn't donate it. I'd pretend that I would and then not. See? That's how I'd do it. People would be like, do you want to donate? Oh, I can't. I've got no money on me. And they're like, you're literally holding pound coins in your hand right now. Oh, I'm just holding these for a friend. Then I run away. That's how it works for me. Yeah, I mean, once you're set for life, you can then go and do whatever else you need to do after that. They're chocolate coins. Right, so we want to avoid those guys, but we do want to kill these things. Aha! Buzzards, let's go. Oh yes, Chuggers is... Red Scar, that's been a famous name for a while. Charity muggers, those people that force you to sign up. Guys, you don't need to sign up to support charity stuff on the street. If you believe that it's a thing that you want to support, you can sign up at home in the safety of your own home via the safety of your own internet connection. You don't need to give your name or your email or your phone number to people who are accosting you with a clipboard. You don't need to be bullied or pressured into performing like you're doing good works. If you want to support something with your money, sign up to any kind of systems that you want to at home. But the clipboards look so official. They do, that's the problem. Too official, if anything. There's people who had 10,000 viewers who lost 9,000 viewers in a controversy and they still continue doing what they do because why not? I mean, yeah, to be fair, if I had enough money to just not care, then yeah, I'd just keep playing anyway. Now I'm going to keep playing because I enjoy what I do, and thankfully YouTube pays most of the bills. Clipboards are pog. We're not discussing or denying that. Clipboards are very poggers. You know, they might even be kappa. Yeah, thank you. Why is YouTube bad for streaming? YouTube's encoder is fine. YouTube, as far as like a software streaming service, is totally okay. The reason that I tend to not stream on it is because people who go to YouTube prefer longer videos. They don't prefer short streams. And if you do stream, I'm about to die. If you do stream on YouTube, unfortunately what happens is the stream gets pushed to the top of the... Hey, we killed it. Fantastic. Do I at least get the drop? No, I don't. Yes. Let's just return and then wait 10 minutes. That's fine. Cool. So the thing with streaming on YouTube is that the people that are watching and subscribing to you on YouTube tend to want longer videos. If you stream on YouTube, your streams get pushed to the top of their recommended constantly, which is remarkably annoying to a lot of people. People go to websites because they serve specific needs and purposes. People go to YouTube because they want edited long-form videos. People go to Twitch because they want live streaming. People go to, Reddit because they want to argue with people online. And when you start to force different things into those websites, the people that go to those websites don't like those new things as much. If only I had something that could resurrect me after I die. I don't, though. I don't have any of those things. What I can do is go back to... and go back to the place over here and fix my equipment. You agree you missed the Was It Good series? Well, thankfully that's coming out again in a week's time. It's going to be Was It Good Icewind Dale. And the answer is, it was fine. Josh, why no minion? Don't need one, mate. Not about that slavery. Totally fine by myself. Whoa, spoilers! Icewind Dale is a game of all time. Has anyone played it? Icewind Dale is what happens when they look at Baldur's Gate and say, you know what this has got? Too much plot. Not enough combat. Reduce plot. Increase combat. In fact, just make it a 30-hour combat session. That's what it is. Icewind Dale is a 30-hour combat encounter. Atmosphere's good. Music's good. Voice is good. Here's a random fact. Icewind Dale, Heart of Winter, male voice number 3 that you can select for your character when you make the character is Mark Hamill. Luke Skywalker. Josh, is there a way for me to know what you will be playing or doing before you stream? Pab, I don't even know what I'm playing or doing before I stream. So, no, you've got no chance. He's actually really good in it, genuinely. You, fix my stuff. Thank you. Right, what can I sell? Ember Wand of the Whale. Sell. Sandwich. Sell. Keep these things because they're red and therefore good. Thallium Choker of Concentration. Give that to a goth girl at some point. Alright, what don't I need? Sell all this stuff. The succubus would appreciate you. Yeah, I'll see if I can get the succubus soon, don't you worry. Speaking of plot, we look forward to you playing Heaven's Ward. Give me time. I'll get there eventually, just give me time. Oh yeah, I got the Black Knight sword earlier as well. I should probably do something with that, shouldn't I? It feels like I should sell that or give it to somebody else that needs it. Hey, there's my mana potion. You can go up there, Black Knight's sword. It's my opinion on Planescape Torment. I've not played it, so I don't have any real opinion on it yet. Is this Dark Souls now? Yes. Hi Josh, your stream reminded me to get my life back on track, so I'm at the gym now. I'm glad that I reminded you of that. It's important. You need to add that into your phone more as a little timer. Monday, 10:30, get life back on track. If you want to know what Josh is going to do, I recommend using voodoo magic, like sacrificing a goat on the dark moon. You've got to sacrifice it on the full moon, otherwise I'm going to lie to you. It'd be funny if he skipped all the Heaven's Ward cutscenes on stream. No one's prepared to admit that Final Fantasy XIV doesn't actually have a plot, and if it does have a plot, then it gets immediately mitigated as soon as you play Final Fantasy XV, which is the game that I must again point out happens after. It's difficult to really get into a plot or a stream or any kind of, game when you know that the next thing is just going to bring a new enemy. Why should I care about Final Fantasy XIV when Final Fantasy XV is a thing? New games are always better, objectively. The newer a game is, the better it is. Right, let's play World of Warcraft Classic. Right, what am I doing? Should I go and get the succubus? Where is the succubus? Hang on, haven't I got a quest that's sending me back to Stormwind? There's a quest in Darkshire. Crime. Let's just go and hand in some quests. Right, you, Griffin Master, send me to Darkshire. Which is... Why have I not gone to Darkshire before? First of all, I'm sure there's a quest in Stormwind, so we'll go back here. You're just here for the succubus, to be honest. We will go and get the succubus. God, you're all so demanding. You'll best be here when my new video comes out. I've linked it in the chat. You have to be there in... how long? An hour? I think an hour. Yeah, there we go. An hour will be good. I like the fact that the comments on the YouTube video are already there. I respond to trolls and rage bait for 500 hours. Preempting the video, but as a viewer, the difference in how much it seems you enjoy making YouTube and how much you enjoy streaming seems correlated to the games you played. Watching you play Warcraft was painful. Watching you play New Vegas was fun. It's true. It's true. The problem is you. That's it. That's, if we just put that straight there, honestly, Fallout New, if you were here for the Fallout New Vegas, not you, obviously, not you. I'm not talking about you. Everyone else. You're great. Am I a real gamer? If you ask me that again, we will stop this right now and play Rayman. Red Sky, don't do it. Wait, really? I've got Rayman downloaded. I've got Rayman ready to go. I downloaded the special What was the remake, the fan remake of Rayman 1 that contained a load of new levels? I could probably finish all of Rayman 1 in about an hour. Was it Rayman Redemption? If it's that one, then I've got it, yeah. Would I like to try out Rayman 3? I've got it. I bought it on Good Old Games. Oh my god, Gabriel Knight. That is an old game. A full... You know what? There's an old video game that I played on CD that I've never found anyone else who played called Nocturne. Nocturne was almost like a Resident Evil style game, but you were a secret agent and the special secret agency that you worked for was anti-monsters. Nocturne was amazing. It was a fixed camera angle style, film noir style, anti-werewolf, anti-vampire, anti-zombie. It was super cool. Nocturne was great. You can probably find it. It's probably lost media at this point. You were like a detective. Yeah, that was the one. You were the detective and you had dual guns that you had to aim with the mouse. It was really difficult because obviously you were within a fixed camera angle, so aiming with the mouse was difficult. It's definitely abandonware at this point. It's probably on the abandonware website. Is it like the Van Helsing character looking guy? Yes. Yes, Nocturne. Nocturne was one of those weird games that if you're a boomer or if you're an elder millennial, you will understand what I'm about to say. If you had a computer or a console when you were a kid, first of all, you had the computer room because computers used to be respected. They got their own room in the house with their own big throne of wood, a special desk that you bought from a special shop that had the little keyboard pull out on the desk, and you had the special spots for the speakers on the side. Computers used to be respected and revered. If you had a computer or a console, everyone at some point ended up with a game that they couldn't quite remember how they got. Whether it was a console game that you borrowed from a friend that you never gave back, or a PC disc that you bought from a bargain bin, or Roller Coaster Tycoon that you got from a packet of cereal. Everyone has one video game that they just can't remember actually ever getting. They just had it. For me, that was Nocturne. Yours was MDK, or Murder, Death, Kill, with Kurt, the janitor. Loved MDK. MDK was great. Nox, I remember Nox as well. Anyone here played Dino Crisis? I have a full video on Dino Crisis 1 and 2. You can get Dino Crisis on Good Old Games. It's been remastered recently. Also, wasn't there meant to be a quest around here that I had at some point? Clearly not. Okay, maybe I should... Archbishop Benedictus, bring the light. I'm going to go and talk to this old arch. Is MDK a reference to the old Stallone movie? Kind of. So, the Stallone movie you're thinking of is Demolition Man. And the line in Demolition Man is when they're talking about Simon Phoenix, who is guilty of 3 MDKs, or murder, death, kills, because that's what they refer to crimes as in the future. The video game, MDK, does reference murder, death, kill as that specific thing, but they couldn't come out and say that, so they had to say that it stands for Mission Deliver Kindness. It doesn't. It's basically about aliens dropping these huge mine crawler vehicles on Earth and trawling for resources, and you send Kurt the janitor and his dog to go and stop them. It is a crazy game, but you should definitely play it because it's super fun. Right, Archbishop Benedictus, let's go. Also, one of you guys had a quest for me somewhere. MDK and MDK2 were really good fun. I think you can get them on Good Old Games. Can I ride the tram to Ironforge again? If you ask very nicely, I'll consider it. Right, let's go to Desolace, because nobody else ever goes to Desolace, and I think this might be the easiest way to level up for a bit. Ape Escape. Oh, hell yeah. Do you mean the game that needed the DualShock analog controller to work because you used the actual analog sticks to control how you would slap the apes around? Yeah, Ape Escape was great. I played Ape Escape for the NFT video. Yes, I did. Right, how do we get to Desolace? Are we going to need to take the boat? You missed Time Crisis. I played Time Crisis on stream. Booty Bay and then fly. Okay. Let's go to Booty Bay then. Menethil, Theramore, fly. You guys are saying Menethil, you guys are saying Booty Bay. Let me know which place I need to go to. Oh, I can probably sell the sword while I'm here, can't I? You know what? No, the sword can just go in the bank and sit there and do nothing else. Let's just stick the old sword in the bank. Oh, that's the guild vault. Nearly. Hang on. That's the guild vault. Where's my bank?
Hello.
I would like to check my deposit box. Excellent. Elegant silver ring, heavy silver ring of the gorilla, gloves, a mantle of Doan, a repair... Why is there a soul shard in the bank? Why am I saving these things? Moon soul crown. That's fair. That could be quite good, actually. Right, let's just put this sword away. Let's put it there. I don't need these things, but they can stay there.
Have a good one.
Cool. That's fine, don't worry, we can just leave that there. It's the soul of the bank. There's a special soul in that shard. That was the soul of my true love, watching my bank. Exactly, having a soul shard in the bank could be a super important thing. Cal says hello from the island of Puerto Rico in the Caribbean. Well, hello to you. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Do we go to Menethil Harbour or do we go to Booty Bay? Make a choice. We're going to Menethil Harbour. I've made a choice. We're going to Menethil Harbour. And that choice was made for one reason. I do not have the Booty Bay path. I have never been to the Booty Bay. My phone has died. Anyone else ever get that moment when your phone dies and for a brief moment you feel free? You look at your phone, it's dead, and you're like, I can do whatever I want. I'm untethered. There is a moment in life. Nothing in life ever feels more freeing than playing on your phone while you're on the toilet and your phone dies and then you think, I can leave now. Love that. Visa says rich lifestyle. Yes. Yes, I am remarkably wealthy. It's true now. I get to just be free from my phone whenever I need to. Visa, you've done really well over the last couple of months of clipping the Warcraft streams constantly. I think this stream has already had quite a few moments that you're going to be able to clip. But it's fine. You're going to be able to, you know, eat well. It's going to be good. Why did you decide not to use dots? Dots are only viable if the enemy are alive. If the enemy are alive, I am not doing my job correctly. My rotation as a warlock is this, okay? 1, Shadow Bolt. That is my rotation as a warlock. That's what happens. What is the current toilet game? I'm playing the Pokemon TCG, where you get to open 2 packs a day. I think the current toilet game that I'm kind of cycling through is just opening Reddit and then feeling sad. Okay, Draga, I did indeed say lotation instead of rotation. I was hoping nobody would notice. I was just going to breeze past that, but unfortunately, there was a mispronunciation. But you had to point it out, didn't you? Yeah, you couldn't let it be. Too late, sorry. You're not sorry at all. That's what happened. The lotation did that. Right, roughly 1 hour until this video goes live. I'll go back to lurking and playing Starbound. Carry on. Thanks, Draga. What an absolute Chad. Drops into the chat to point out a mispronunciation. Leaves. Now say tank stance. Do you mean stank tance? Hey Josh, can you fall for my attempts to lure you into unlocking the succubus? No. No, I've never been lured by a succubus before, apart from all the times that happened. You don't need... See, dots do damage over time. If the enemy is dead, you don't need to do the damage over time. They just kill them quicker. Just do more damage. That's the problem. Does anyone know a succubus? I've definitely met a couple. Dots are just damage for patient people. Dots are just really slow shadow bolts. And Jen says, Josh, have you ever wanted to set the world on fire? I don't want to set the world on fire, Jen. I just want to start a flame in your heart. Yeah, to be fair, this is incubus removal. You surprised I don't call them dots over time over time? That's what I do call them. Right, which boat are we getting? I assume it's the one down here. That takes me to Theramore. That takes me to Auberdean Darkshire. I want the Auberdean Darkshire one, don't I? Which of these boats goes to Darkshire? I'm guessing just both of them do? You want Theramore? Do I? Hang on. Oh, yeah, goodness, I do. Oh, that's actually level 39 stuff. That's great. Oh, my goodness, I should be over here. This is perfect. This is where I want to be. This is like level 37, level 45 stuff. This is great. Oh, my goodness. Why was I not doing this before? Grab that quest from the dude on the dock. Do you mean this guy? I'm keeping an eye on the boat to make sure I don't miss it. Grab the quest. Oh, this guy. Just making sure I don't miss the boat. Grab this quest. Vincent Hire. Is this the guy you want me to grab the quest of? Just double checking. Sumo Santa. Grab the quest. Is this the guy? No. You're not ahead of me. You don't know where this stream is going to. You made the classic blunder of trying to tell me what to do. Won't make that again. Sometimes I feel like you have defiance disorder and I respect it. I don't have defiance disorder. You've got defiance disorder. My defiances aren't disordered, they're very ordered. Is that just a fancy word for being bratty? I don't like that. Right, I'm not a brat, okay? At worst, I'm a switch. Entire demographic of people online going, I don't know what these words mean, and another demographic going, I knew it. Never actually looked through this ship. It's nice. You're confused and you don't want to know. Don't know. Retain your innocence. Josh is giving bear energy. I've been told I'm an otter. First person WoW does indeed hit different. First person WoW is pretty much only doable if you are a mage. Because all we need to do is just keep casting... Shadow Bolt. I do quite like it as a game though, to be fair. It would be really immersive to just play the game in first person. Remember guys, A, B, C. Always be shadow bolting. I know that first person makes a few of you feel a bit sick, so I'm going to zoom out slightly for you. Yeah, the field of view needs to be way wider for it to be a good first-person game. At least personally, I would think. Okay, let's get questing. A, B, C. Always be questing.
Safe travels. How are you? See you later.
An hour and 10 minutes to go until that video finally comes out. My God. Oh, there's a quest to speak to some agitated people. Ah, I see. Hang on. Traitors among us. Among us?
Hey there. See you later.
Hang on, this guy's a traitor. I'm not sure what a traitor of, but we've got to kill them. Are you also a traitor? Nope. Nah, he's good. He's cool. Nashir says, read the quest. I'm sorry, what am I? A librarian?
Hello. Farewell.
Have a good one.
I chose Warlock because I have to press exactly one button in combat for the rest of the game. Do you really think I've got the energy or the inclination to read quests? Everything I need to know should be in the title of the game. World of Warcraft. There is a world. It is at war with crafts. That's it. Crafts are winning. Yes, you're a sexy librarian. You don't need to say librarian twice. Okay? The sex appeal is inherent within the position of the job.
Need something?
Yeah. And then you run away, do you? Okay.
What can I do for you?
You don't also need to say that they were sexy like the character in The Mummy. Right? The Mummy is an interesting film because every single person in that film is sexy.
How are you?
Everyone. It's remarkably impressive. Even Benny, especially Benny. Right? If you've got a thing for cowards, Benny's your guy.
Greetings. See you later. Have a good one.
Even the CGI. Who can forget the Scorpion King? Scorpion Kink, am I right?
You need something? See you around. Can I help you? Be careful.
Guys, am I right though?
Good day to you.
Why do I do this, Josh? With the... I think I do it for the content. I think I do it for what the kids call the love of the game. Oh my god, what are those keybinds? These keybinds are efficient. What aren't you understanding? Let me know, I'll tell you what they do. Do you want me to go through my keybinds so you understand what's going on? Okay, right. Keybind number 1, shoot. That just uses the wand. Shoot is also macroed to pet attack. So if the enemy need my pet to be attacking them, I just press shoot. Right, number 2, Shadow Bolt. If enemy, Shadow Bolt. Number 3, Rain of Fire. If lots of enemies, Rain of Fire. Number 4, Life Tap. If no mana, Mana. Number 5, Hellfire. If healer being a little bitch, Kill Self. I don't keep Hellfire on my bar because it's useful. I keep it on there because it proves a point. Hellfire is not there to do damage. Hellfire is there to get me away from the rest of the team.
Well met. Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
If anything, it's there to remind the team that I'm the Warlock, I'm in charge. As a passive-aggressive healer check. If I've seen that the healer hasn't done anything in the last couple of minutes, what I will do, just for a laugh, is take my health down to 1. Yeah, it's a healer check. The only hit point that matters is the last hit point. When I get Seed of Corruption at level 70, then I will continue to use Hellfire. You do it out of principle. not out of practicality. The only hit point that matters is the last one. If my healer has got mana, then I've got health. If my healer has got... If I've got health, I've got mana.
Good day to you. See you around.
Healer, you mean second mana bar. You're the worst. That's debatable. Why am I running? You've got a mount. That's a very good point. Oh, the big enemy's there. The big cool tether thing. Love that guy. Right. Keep this enemy distracted while I go and find this lighthouse. There it is. Kind of sad the horse can't swim. I doubt you will get 70, not because you can't, but because of the sheer time it will take you. Habibi, that's probably true. I mean, if I was playing every single day like I was before, I'd make 70 quite quickly. But if I'm playing Saturdays and Sundays and making, you know, 1 or 2 levels a day, if that, then I'm going to make maybe, what, 8 to 10 levels a week? It's going to take me another 3 to 4 weeks, maybe? Well, no, 8 to 10 levels a month, 3 to 4 months. That works. Right, you want me to go and do what? Thresher oil. Got it. God, I wish I could breathe underwater. That'd be a lot easier. Why are these all dead? Warlocks really should be able to breathe underwater. Let's kill this thing. See if I can get whatever oil it's going to drop. Oh, well, no, that's none. Right, there's a 30% chance of oil. Rare for me to catch you live. What draws me to MMOs specifically? I like the community. I like playing video games where I know that you can be effectively one day interacting with other people, and I like the consistent nature of them. There's a shark here. Pretty sure there isn't, though. I like the idea of a persistent online adventure. I like the idea that my effort now will pay dividends in the future, and I like the idea that me and friends can team up and go on adventures together. Isn't the Twitch community better than the MMO community? No, they are both equally as bad as each other. It is also such a broad scale to say the MMO community, because so many MMORPGs appeal to different people and different gamers. People that are playing old school RuneScape are not the same people necessarily playing the original EverQuest, are not the same people playing Lost Ark, are not the same people playing Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2. It is huge. It is a very varied community. Do I like the idea of having friends that I can meet IRL, spelt M-E-A-T? I mean, as long as the friend's up for it and has got some free time, then yeah, sure, why not? You know, we've got some time to kill, let's go for it.
It's too far away.
Okay, but when are you going to play BDO so you can hate all of that? As fun as it sounds to play a game that you guys are super excited for me to hate, I think I'm just not going to do that. You know, might be easier. I've got one more thresher oil to collect. Oh, might need to have a quick sit down on the edge because I'm out of mana as well. Hello, content creator. Hello, Zuck. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? Right, I've been playing for 4 hours. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, grab myself a bite to eat, grab myself a drink, pop to the bathroom, and then carry on with killing these things. So, don't go anywhere. Let's take... You can watch the ships in the distance, because this looks lovely. Right, here's a DVD logo, because I know you guys have no attention span. Here's a countdown timer for 5 minutes. Right, 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Why do warlocks have spells that aren't Shadow Bolt? Like, look at this book. What are these? Waste of space. Absolute waste of space. Why use many spell when few spell do trick? Sometimes you just want to drain someone's soul, you know? That's a great way of putting it, but if I'm doing that, I'm not playing World of Warcraft. Alright, they deserve my full attention and focus. Let me just get rid of this, and then also this. And okay, now we carry on. A true WoW player auto-attacks all the way to 60. Yes, but I'm also playing in the Burning Crusade, so it's to 70. Is there drowning? There might be, and then I can become a wet ghost. The highest level I've reached is level 62. And yes, I did get to Outland. It was with my warrior. So here's what happened. I'm going to be real with you. I asked the guild which archetype of character or role we are missing. And the answer seems to be tanks. I would love to learn to tank. However, while I am paying attention to Twitch chat, I simply cannot tank that well. So I couldn't tank very well on the warrior. I don't think I'd be able to tank as well on the paladin. I need a character that I don't need to pay much attention to be honest. And the warlock is perfect for that. You don't really need to pay any attention. You just need to be able to press Shadow Bolt. So one day I might learn to play Paladin, maybe. But until then, I'm just going to Shadow Bolt because it's the easiest thing to do. Just play Protection Paladin. Protection Warrior is really high APM. I tried to play the Warrior tank, but like I said, the amount of buttons that you needed to press, it was more than 2. And I got a bit overwhelmed, to be honest. The guild has way too many paladin tanks at level 70. That doesn't sound like a big problem then. Like, people forget that I am indeed a pro gamer, but my APM, or actions per minute, is roughly 3. Actions per sometimes. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I think that I tried to tank as a paladin before I had Consecrate, and it was just really hard to hold aggro. What is like the easiest tank? You just stand there, get hit, and don't die. Because it can't be Warrior. Because Warrior, I was just pressing so many buttons, I was mitigating so much damage, I felt squishy as hell, unless I had like a really specific build going on. Paladin, no contest. Paladin, 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 DPS. Yeah, I can just DPS with a Warlock. Like, let's be real. Warlocks are not difficult, are they? Classic is Paladin, Retail is Druid. I've not played Retail yet, but I'll give it a go at some point. Oh, there we go. 4 bits of oil. Fantastic. Bear Druid for single target, mitigation, Paladin for AoE threat. People keep telling me that warrior tanks are really good in the Burning Crusade. Like, you need them for raids and whatnot. And then I just see a load of people tanking as Paladins instead. Well, that was good. Lol, that's not true. Okay. Fill me in then. Tell me the truth. In high-end raids, they are good for tanking bosses. Okay, all tanks are squishy. You're going to get 2 to 3 shot in heroics and raid bosses every time. I just don't want that responsibility. You know, I want all the fun with none of the effort. Is that much to ask? Rogues are scissors. Warriors are rock. Hunters, paladins, priests, druids, and mages, shamans are paper. Warlocks are mushrooms. Okay. You're describing a DPS class. No, it's not that I want a DPS class. I want to be able to have an absolute load of health and a load of armor and never die. But I also want to do an absolute ton of damage to anything I attack. And ideally, I want to be able to heal myself. Is that too much to ask? Is that unfair? You want a Death Knight then? Okay, yeah, maybe Blizzard finally heard my cry and they're like, you know what, fine, just make a melee class that can do everything a mage can, but better. I tried tanking as a paladin. It didn't feel good. Because I kept getting hit and dying. But I also have to understand that my stream is not just about me. It's about you. And it's about how much energy and effort that I can put into you while streaming. And the answer is a lot if I'm not paying any attention to the game. So that's why I'm focusing on the Warlock. They are the class that needs, from what I can tell, the least engagement.
What can I do for you? Light bless you.
Thank you for the quest, I appreciate it. Let's go. Warlock casts Shadow Bolt, and that's great. How did the editing go? Video's done. Video is premiering in 45 minutes on the main channel. There's the link. Oh, it's going to be a good video. I bloody hope. It's 90 minutes long, by the way. So just be aware of that. Oh, cool. You can jump up onto there. Crazy buff thumbnail. Thanks, man. That was me earlier today. Took the thumbnail after the gym. This way. How much raid do I expect within the video? Look, honestly, the video is just an honest critique of my experience. If people want to disagree with it, that's fine. But the video is not making moral judgments. The video is not saying what you should or shouldn't believe. I'm not out here to tell anyone how they should or should not be, or what they should or shouldn't think, or what does or doesn't matter to them. In the famous words of Starship Troopers, figuring things out for yourself is the only true freedom anyone really has. Use that freedom. So the video itself is absolutely not designed to make any judgments about what you should or shouldn't do about what I have or haven't done. It is just an interrogation of my time streaming. That's it. No more, no less. How long's the video? 90 minutes, hour and a half. I think as I get older, I've just realized that I don't want to put as much energy or effort or time into telling other people what they should or shouldn't do or how they should or shouldn't be. I'm just going to say, hey, this is my experience. This is what happened to me. This is what I think about that. That's it. And if you want to take the experience that I've had and learn from it, if you want to use some of the lessons, if it's beneficial to you, great. Fantastic. That's all I want it to be. Now, I call myself out in the content, in the video itself. I'm like, hey, at this point I was a dick, at this point I wasn't, this is correct, this was wrong. Like, I'm happy to have a bit of self-reflection going on. It's very important to reflect. But I think one of the most important things I've learned is that the most important things that I learn when I'm not expecting to learn them. So the idea of saying I know everything, no. Most things, absolutely. Everything, no. I'm fully embracing the white hair. Beard's going grey, hair's going white, getting old. I'm fine with that. We're in the Dilf arc. We might even just immediately skip it and go straight to the Gilf arc. Who knows? You've never been a dick. Oh, I have. All of us have at some point. One thing that I am starting to learn and understand is someone once said a saying that I very much agree with, and that is that every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. And as I have got older, I have realized that the endless purity testing within the morally superior sphere of any society is self-destructive. It's an Ouroboros of holier-than-thou attitudes that end up eating each other, eating itself. I have been a dick. We all have. Ouroboros or Ouroboros, however you want to say it. Everyone in this chat at some point has been a bit of a prick. Everyone has been a bit of a twat. Let's be fair. How you reflect on that, how you grow from that, how you choose to change who you are once you realize that, that's a really important part of who you are. That's a really important defining how you want to go through life. And I think it's very important to recognize that there are people out there who will hold you to impossible purity standards, and the moment you fall below them, the moment you fail, there will be no recourse. There will be no way to return, no way to ingratiate yourself back into the in-group. It is a constantly shrinking group of accepted and non-accepted. And here's a really important thing. If you ever have a group of people and someone within that group fails and falls out of grace, falls out of favor, behaves poorly, if you give them absolutely no way to ever return, if you give them no route to reconciliation, then you're giving them no reason to ever be better. If you say to someone, you have failed, you have been kicked out, you will never ever be able to recover, then what motivation does that person have if they know that any attempt at getting better would immediately be ruined anyway? The reason I push back against this is when someone says that I've never been a dick. Of course I have. But I've also been very lucky in my life that a lot of people I've spent time with have given me a route to reconciliation. They have given me a way to regain and earn that favor back.
See you around.
And you know what I've realized? You know what I've learned? One of the weirdest things I've learned? When I was young, the people that I thought were the most noble and the most honorable and the purest were the people that absolutely reveled when other people failed.
Safe travels. Hey there. Have a good one.
And when I realized that, I felt a bit sad. I'm like, hey man, I looked up to you and you're celebrating someone's failure because in that failure you have reinforced your own position of authority, your own position of bias. Anyway, I think I realized that the people that accepted me after I fell from grace and then regained any level of respect were the people that I thought were dicks to start with, because I made the same judgments about them. I'm like, hey man, that person's failed, they've fallen, you know?
See you around.
They're clearly a bit of a dickhead. They have failed, therefore they are not worthy of respect. And then they find the level of reconciliation. Then they come back. Then they're like, okay, cool, we can recover. Anyway, this whole conversation comes back to the fact that I was a dick. I absolutely was. The only reason that I was able to regain any level of favor or grace was because people were willing to extend that level of civility to me. We have all made mistakes. We've all been dickheads in the past. It's the people that recognize that that is the human condition and that we can improve that's important. Reconciliation is important. Often it is because those people know what it's like to be thrown out because they've made one mistake or one failure. And I'm not talking about, one massive mistake. Just like being a bit of a dickhead. People always message me and they're like, oh, so if someone kills 1 million people, they need to be forgiven. I'm like, there's a bit of a difference between waking up on the wrong side of bed and calling someone a prick and murder. And if you can't understand that, then God, what is wrong with you? People seem more bothered about winning the argument based on a technicality and less on actually trying to engage with someone. I've said this before. I've said to people, look, there needs to be a path to reconciliation if someone is a bit of a knobhead. And they're like, oh, so we just have to forgive everything, do we? I'm like, no, that's not what we said. You're fighting a straw man and setting it on fire and using all the whataboutisms because you're more bothered about coming across as intellectually superior and less bothered about actually meeting me on any kind of fair, honest, genuine conversation. God damn, you're arguing in bad faith. You know what? I take it back. You are a prick. That's what I would say. That's how it would go. I've just spent time with so many people who are more bothered about appearing better than you and less bothered about connecting with you. Yeah, the internet is a conversation where millions of people talk past each other and everyone struts around with that annoying air of superiority. That smugness that unfortunately you can't digitally slap. Right, what are we killing? Forked mudrock tongue. Well, let's go and try and find it then. Right. Forked mudrocks, where are you? Are you one? You're one. 25% chance, let's go. Yeah. Everyone goes through being a bit of a dick every now and again. Honestly, if you're not, I kind of don't trust you. You ever met someone who's just too perfect? And you're like, oh, everyone loves you all the time. I'm like, there's something wrong with you, I know there is. Have I played the new 007 game? Nope, not yet. Inju says, I've earned a bit of dick behavior. What you do in your free time is up to you. No, in all seriousness, if someone is entirely 100% in any way perfect, I'm like, I know, this feels weird. This is what I do in my free time. Why do you hate yourself? Even Jesus cursed out a tree. Thank you, Big. Yeah, you know, when people say, what would Jesus do? Remember that flipping tables and whipping people is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Like, dude went there. I think the biggest thing that I am envious about Jesus of is not the Son of God thing. It's the fact that he had 12 consistent friends. God damn it, can you imagine? Do you know how hard that is as an adult to maintain? You might not even know 12 people. This dude's got 12 consistent friends. Like, as a friendship group, he is always ready for any D&D party. He could get 2 games of Resistance going on at any... I mean, yeah, 11 if you think about it. But, I mean, you know, come on. Maybe Judas was the bit of a dick we were talking about. Yeah, guy's got like an entire raid group ready to go. Yeah, I think that's what I'm mostly jealous of. The whole Son of God thing is impressive, but the fact that he had 12 consistent friends throughout his adult life, that's what makes me kind of doubtful. Like, if I was Pontius Pilate, it would have been, see the Son of God? Yes. And you got 12 friends that you see all the time? Yes. Liar. All right? No. No one schedules that free. One of them sold him out. One of them was a bit of a prick, but like that's less than a 10% dickish friend rate. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, I just think having 12 consistent friends is a really impressive flex. Like, that's more impressive than the whole Son of God thing. There's always one Judas in every friend group. You know, in Jesus' friend group, it was actually Judas. I'm going to be real, he should have known. Like, Judas was the name that we give people that betray you. And one of your friends is literally called Judas? Read the room, Jesus. He didn't know yet, did he? Well, he should have known, because Judas is the name that we give to people that betray you, and his friend was literally called Judas. I do think, and this is one of my favourite old jokes, is that it would have been weird to be the person that had to book the Last Supper. Because you would have had to, I wouldn't say call up because they wouldn't have had phones, but you would have had to go to the restaurant and be like, hey, have you got a table for 24 people? And they're like, oh, cool, 24, you know? No, don't worry. Only 12 of us are going to be here. But we all want to sit on one side. I'm giving you comedy gold right here. You could have giggled. Did somebody at least have a sensible chuckle to what I just said? Restaurants pulling all the tables together. They're panicking. Judas is outside having a chat with the Romans. Don't worry about that. Like on TV shows where everyone sits on one side of the table. Believe it or not, in the acting world, we have a phrase for that. It's called a social semicircle. You can Google it. In any TV show or in any theatre show, almost everyone sits on one side of the table. Whether it's a square table or a round table, because it's easier to get the camera to swing from one actor to the next. We refer to it as the social semicircle. Art says, hey Josh, I watched the video where you chewed some guy's head off. Couldn't help but feel bad watching, as even the whole sheepishly followed in dogging at him. Yeah, Art, did you read the apology comment at the top of that video as well? Does the 180 rule play into it? The 180 rule is filmmaking wizardry. Nobody actually understands how the 180 rule works. It just does. If you ask 10 different filmographers to explain the 180 rule to you, you will get 12 different explanations. One of them will just be screaming. But it does work. Right? The 180 rule is a rule and it does work and it does have to be followed, but nobody can actually explain why. Like they can, but you'll get different explanations. Just don't break it, ever. Just don't break the 180 rule. It's a rule in filmmaking where there is an invisible line within the scene that the camera should not cross, because if it does, the shot looks weird. Right, I should go that way and get a load of quests. Oh, it's a flight path. Hang on, let's just go and do that. That's way easier. What is the 180 rule? In visual media, often filmmaking, there is an invisible line drawn between the two actors that look at each other. The camera must choose one side of this visual connection and remain on it. Because if it starts on one side and then crosses to another, it feels like the audience has been put into a situation that is no longer related to the first scene they saw. It's weird visually. It's almost about respecting screen direction of going left and right. If a character leaves the screen to the left, when they appear back on a new screen, have them appear from the right as if they've walked onto it. If they leave a screen moving to the left, the next time you see them, have them, if it's a montage shot, have them moving to the left again as well. So there is visual and movement-based consistency across all the shots. Keeping visual and travel direction consistency is a huge part of filmmaking. There are famous old films that have actually flipped and mirrored shots in order to have them be visually consistent. Is it okay to break the rules in found footage style films? You can break the rules whenever the hell you want. You just need to understand what breaking the rules means and why you would break them. How many times have I explained the rule? You need to go to a YouTube video and just watch it to truly understand it. It's one of those things that doesn't sound like it's important until you see a film that does it badly and you're like, oh yeah, this is really important. It's very important that you don't break the 180 rule, ever. Or you will fail film school. Is there a 360 rule? Yeah, that is you must own Halo 2. Guessing we can't get up here. It's a shame. Oh, was Halo 2 on the OG Xbox? Wasn't it redone for the 360? I'm sure I played it on the 360. Or am I thinking of Reach? I might be thinking of Reach. Reach was cool. I enjoyed Reach. Never really got into the Halo series when I was younger. I know it's sacrilege to say that now, but I just never really did. Was it good Halo? I will do Was it good Halo. The problem is that when I do that, I'm going to get people demand that I play it on the original hardware. I'm going to get people demand that I play the original version. If I want to get actual good footage of Halo 1, I'm just going to have to use effectively the remaster of it.
Be careful. Safe travels. Go with honor, friend.
What can I do for you? Safe travel.
I'm not saying it will or won't be good, but I will have to use the remaster at some point. Let's get rid of these old quests. Right, quests destroyed. The Halo pistol, I have heard, was really good. Let me go and get the quests from over here first. I have played the original Halo on the Xbox, but I never finished it. I have this vivid memory of going to Scotland when I was a teenager for a family wedding. I don't remember who was getting married. I didn't know any of the people. It was one of those moments. No, I wouldn't have been a teenager. I'd been like a 10-year-old kid. It was one of those moments where they're like, hey, you're going to this family wedding. You're going to go and sit in the family's house for a bit. And we arrived at this relatively large family house. I didn't know the people. We were connected in some way. And everyone was talking. All the adults were doing the adult things, milling around. And I was a kid, and I was just, like, super bored. And a guy called Ian, that I think was connected to me through some level of family, just went, do you want to, like, play a video game or something? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. And he just put me in the side room somewhere that they used to store stuff. But they'd stored a TV and an original Xbox console with Halo 1. And he's like, I don't know how this works, but there you go. And I got it booted up and got it working. And for the entire wedding, I just played Halo. That's my memory of that wedding from Scotland. And you know what? Great memory. Spoiler, the story happened 2 weeks ago. No, it was fine. I had a good time. I'm sure that they're probably still married. I don't know. I didn't really pay too much attention. My focus was very much on shooting the flood at that point. Right, we're in Mud Sprocket, which means we're about to do some quests. Halo was probably more important to me than the wedding was, let's be fair. I think I finished it. I remembered the final mission being the driving the Warthog. which looked a bit like a puma, all the way across the exploding ship. That was pretty cool. Right, Mud Sprocket is now my home. And I've got a few more quests that I can collect. And now I think I go and do stuff. Okay, cool. Right, totem test. Oh god, I remember this quest. We had to do weird totems, didn't we? You had to be in the quagmire. Are we in the... Right, we're in the Dragon Murk currently. Right, where was the quagmire? It was north? Right, I'm going to put you on the old hotbar. Right, let's get to the quagmire. Do I need to kill you for any reason? I don't think I do. I could, however, summon the old Void Walker. This is nice. This is chilled. What's the best aspect of Classic for me so far? The chilled out slow pace that my boomer brain can handle. It's nice to be able to just relax. Hello, Josh. Do you like burgers? Are you saying that I hate pizza? Dude, the brain doesn't decay like that. Yours might not. I need to be in the quagmire. If I were a quagmire, where would I be? Wonder what I'll think about raiding. Probably just lots of Shadow Bolt. That's my plan. I have Millennial Brain gunked up with avocado toast, but I had to stop buying that because the boomers told me that I had to. The boomers told me if I stopped buying that, I'd be able to afford all of the houses and Lamborghinis that I wanted. Wing of the Whelping. Binds when equipped. Back armor. Blue. Is that any good? The Whelpling. +4 agility, +10 stamina. Looks like that. Nah, it's fine. It's... Bind on equip though, level 33. Looks cool for rogue, but don't need it beyond that. Right, into the quagmire we go. Here we go. Right, if I remember correctly, didn't we have to use this totem to shoot at things? I love how massive these spiders are, by the way. It's kind of cool. Yeah, but not the spiders. Okay, oh, the beast things. And then you have to wait for 30 seconds, don't you? Can I just lure you to me or something? Yeah, I'll wait here. I'll put the... Hang on, what I can do is this, at least. At least my tank can, you know, tank it. And we are getting at least some experience for killing these, which is lovely. Not a lot, just some. Oh, goodness me. Come on. Come on, recharging thing. Special totem that I can stab. Let me stab you into the ground. You, mottled crocolisk. Get mottled, nerd. Yes. Right. That's one thing we've done. Chat, do you think you leveled his demon abilities? I don't know. I can't remember. You're asking a lot of me. You. It's kind of annoying to wait for this thing to recharge so bloody often. Although the YouTube video is coming out in roughly 10 minutes, so I should probably go and get a bit of lunch, and you guys should do me a favor and join me on the YouTube premiere, which I've just linked in the chat right now. If you want to see what it's like to Twitch stream for 100 days, 500 hours, lunch, it's 3 AM somewhere, why not? It is pinned, it is shared. You should go over to the YouTube video right now. I've shared it several times. Pop over, say hi. I will be with you in 5-10 minutes time. I'm gonna go and grab a nice bit of food. And then I will hopefully be able to reveal to you the truth of the 100 hours of streaming. Right. Thank you for joining me for stream. It's been fun. I'll get back to World of Warcraft on the weekends. We'll do YouTube videos during the week. Next Was It Good is going to be Icewind Dale. Next video on the main MMORPG channel. Don't know. I'll work that out in the future. Might even be a review of World of Warcraft. Who knows? But for now, go and enjoy that video. I'll see you there in 10 minutes. Thank you for joining me tonight. Take care. Good night. God bless.